Good morning to you all. My name's Lindsay Jackson. I'm Head of Communications here at ECHA. It's very nice to have you all here with us. We've heard an awful lot about you over the years, and this is my first chance to see some of you in the flesh, so I'm very pleased to be able to do that. And a very warm welcome here to ECHA, and I hope that you find the coming couple of days very helpful to you in your work, and particularly in the work that you do with small companies who we are also very keen to reach out to. So we're hoping that this can be a very positive, mutually beneficial relationship for the future. So I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes telling you a little tiny bit about ECHA. You've seen a little bit of us already. You're experiencing our lovely conference suite. Although one really crap part of our conference suite, as some of you will already have realized, is that if you're sitting on this side, by the end of the day, you have a bad neck. Sorry for that. They didn't think about it when they were designing the layout of the rooms. But you'll see that you can actually see the speaker on the screens on the side there. So if your neck does start to hurt, you can always just look at the screen, but that's not perfect. So a few words about us. We're 6 years old, roughly. There were 2 people in this building on the 1st of June 2007. Our executive director, who said he might pop in sometime today if he gets a chance to say hello to you, and the head of the legal office, and that was it. We're now well over 500 staff, actually about 550 now, from 27 countries. We were set up by the REACH regulation. I'm not going to say any more about that because you're going to hear plenty about that in the coming days. But since then, we've taken responsibility for 3 other bits of legislation, all around chemical safety, classification, labelling and packaging. That came quite quickly. And then just this year, actually, we've taken responsibility for BIOCIDES and something called PIC, which stands for Prior Informed Consent. Again, you're going to hear a bit more about those later, so I'll say no more at this stage. We are about 30% Finnish. It's kind of the norm for an agency, I guess. You've experienced that as well with other agencies. There's a higher proportion of the indigenous population. One interesting thing, actually, about us is that we're 52% female. So quite a high proportion of women in, thanks Anka, in the staff. Yeah, all apart from 2 countries are represented. We also actually have, which might be interesting, a couple of colleagues. They're not permanent staff, but they are here on various arrangements from Iceland and from Norway, because of course those countries are also implementing the EU chemicals legislation. This is what we do. The long horizontal bar at the top is our formal mission statement, which is basically saying we're leading the drive within Europe for chemical safety. And the purpose of that chemical safety is for human health and the environment. That's our entire focus. And there are 4 things that we actually do in order to achieve that. You won't see these written in the legislation, but actually in practice, this is what we do. On the far left there, we help companies to comply with the legislation. That's actually what most of the people in the building are doing. They are helping companies to comply. 2 important words are help and comply. We don't want companies to go out of business because of this law. We don't want people to lose their jobs because of this legislation. We want the companies to comply, and that's what our entire work is about. Second thing we do, we advance the safe use of chemicals. So we're working in various international fora with other countries to try and improve the safe use of chemicals throughout the world. Third one, very importantly and extremely helpful for you, I would have thought, and that is that we provide information on chemicals. You'll hear more later, but basically the information that we get from the manufacturer, we more or less bung it straight on our website. So everything we're getting in, with the exception of some confidential stuff that we have to take out, we put straight on our website. So already now, our website is the biggest regulatory repository. Horrible word, actually, that, isn't it? Biggest regulatory spot, website, online presence for chemical information in the world. Very good source for your SMEs, I would have thought. And the last one we do is we address chemicals of concern. So where we find that a chemical is of concern, and there are very strict definitions about what that means, which I won't go into, but if it causes cancer, if it causes mutation in the genes or in the unborn child, if it's acutely toxic, then we take measures to reduce the exposure that citizens and workers are placed under. So we address chemicals of concern, we take action. What do we actually know about chemicals? Well, I'm not a chemist, as you might already have gathered by some of the language I use. I'm not a chemist, I'm not a scientist, I'm an ordinary person who happens to be a comms specialist. When I came here, I was totally shocked. Actually, it was before I came. It was when I was doing the research ready for my application and my interview 5 years ago. I was totally shocked. Because as an ordinary consumer, maybe you feel like me, before something got onto the shelves in my supermarket or onto the clothes rail in my clothing shop, I assumed that it was safe. I assumed there was somebody somewhere in a darkened room who had checked that the thing I was about to buy wasn't going to do me any harm. No, not true. Actually, in terms of chemicals, it was perfectly legal to produce a chemical, put it on the market, and only if it caused harm once it was on the market would it be taken off, and would studies be done into what the problem with that chemical was. I found that rather shocking. And actually, so did the politicians a number of years ago when they were trying to decide what to do about this dilemma, and they actually produced the legislation called REACH. They found it pretty shocking too. Before REACH, it was pretty difficult to find out what the implications of a particular chemical were for you or for the environment. And actually, I really like this little slide. It's not the best slide in the world, but it shows something very interesting, which is about public perception of chemicals. And if you gave people the choice between the words chemical and natural, what they see is that chemical is overwhelmingly dangerous. Of course, they're not, but that's how people see them. And natural is seen overwhelmingly as healthy. And of course, some of the most toxic substances known to man are natural. So ordinary people like us have a very skewed perception of what chemicals are all about. And if you Google the word chemical in Google Images, these are some of the pictures that come out. They're kind of a mixture of domestic products, test tubes, and nasty things with skull and crossbones on that make you a bit scared. And this room, actually, are we in the Wallstrom? Yeah, we are in the room named after this lady, Margot Wallstrom. She was the European Commissioner for the Environment. She was one of the lead negotiators on REACH. It took up 7 years of her life, and she came to open this conference centre and this room, which was named in her honour, although she said she thought maybe she should have been dead in order to have a room named after her. But fortunately for all of us, she's still alive and kicking. Anyway, she said this: chemicals are a blessing and a curse, and she realised that as she was working on REACH. And just a few slides to show where consumers and probably small companies go to find out more about chemicals. 42%, this is a Eurostat survey, 42% of us look at labels, which shows how important they are to provide accurate information. 38% of us go online, where the information is rather mixed. This is a lovely bit from my country, where somebody did some research which showed that on average, British women I guess we're pretty typical, I don't know. British women put 515 different chemicals on their bodies every day. And actually, if you just go through your daily routine, ladies, you probably realize that you do put that many chemicals on your bodies every day. They all might be fine. Of course, that's not what this is meant to portray. This is trying to show us that we need to be scared about chemicals. The percentage has dropped off this, but I think it's something like 25% of us go to the media, where, of course, invariably what we read are scare stories. There's some truth in all of them, but basically they're there to frighten us. 8% of us go to organizations consumer-based, or maybe even the EEN is part of this kind of 8%. People would go to you for advice and information. 5%, 4%, and 3% go to doctors, pharmacists, and friends. Don't know how knowledgeable my friends are about chemicals, but there you go. And 1% of us come to public bodies for information, and it's our mission here to up that percentage, because we've actually got that information now for the first time. So I'm going to stop there, but I just have to give you a few slightly boring but could be important pieces of information before we start the rest of the day. Your badge, wear it at all times. If you don't, you will be stopped. You don't want that. Return it to reception at the end of the day. You'll be given a new one tomorrow. Recording, the speakers are being recorded for training purposes. You are not, even if you speak during the event, the camera will not be on you. It's only on this podium. Lunch is upstairs on the first floor. It says here it's in the ECHA restaurant. As you will find out later, it's more of a canteen. But, you know, we like to raise hopes. It's on the first floor. Coffee breaks are just outside this room. Please only bring water into the meeting rooms. And there is a smoking area, and it's next door to the restaurant. There is a Wi-Fi in this room. That's the password if you want to jot it down quickly. If you've not brought your laptop with you and you need internet access, there are 2 laptops outside, 2 computers outside that you can use. And there's a USB port on the side of your screen in front of you. If you want to use the screen to work on, then there is a button. If you look at the microphone in front of you, there are a number of buttons, and the round button nearest the microphone says PC. If you push that button, it will take the slides off your screen, and it will allow you to log on through the computer. Still looking at your microphone panel, the button in the bottom left-hand corner with a funny-looking design on it, that's meant to be a mouth speaking. So if at any time you want to speak, you push that button and the little part here will go green. And I will be able to see from the front desk that you would like to speak. And I will give you the floor, and at that point, the color will go red on your microphone and you've got the floor. Okay. In an emergency, follow the green signs, do what we tell you, don't use the lifts, and leave the building and go into the park in front of the building. But the ECHA staff will guide you. No need to panic. Thank you very much.
So really a warm welcome to you. I'm Elke Rivière. I work at the Executive Agency for Competitiveness and Innovation in Brussels. So you know this agency is managing the Enterprise Europe network on behalf of DG Enterprise, on behalf of the Commission. You cannot imagine how long we have been preparing and struggling and working on this training event here. I would like to thank a lot Lindsay in name of the ECHA agency, but also Virginia. She really did an excellent work with his team. And I would like to thank also the EEN Finland, Hanna, in the name of also his team. We have been thinking about organizing this event already nearly 2 years ago. It came into shape after the annual conference in Cyprus. You know that we have a very long relationship already with ECHA. I would call them our sisters and brothers already, in particular Virginia, because Virginia has been attending at least the 3 last annual conference, if I'm not right, and ECHA has been attending the annual conference of the network, where you already had the opportunity to get some information about the REACH legislation, the CLP, but the work and the mission of ECHA in general, so ECHA should not be completely unknown to you. This is a very extraordinary training that ECHA is organizing for us, because as you maybe realized, at the same time, the HelpNet is meeting here. The HelpNet are the national helpdesks for REACH, CLP, and BIOCIDES also very soon. They have their meeting at the same floor here. It's just a meeting room around the corner. And during the coffee break, really, I invite you to meet them, because there are representatives of each and every member state. Norway and Finland, I think, included. So really go around and meet them. Why do we organize this training here? You might be aware of the importance of the chemicals industry, of the chemical sector in general in Europe, and the big difficulty that SMEs are still facing in the daily work to implement this legislation. Recent surveys show that in particular, SMEs are not at all aware that they are concerned by these legislations, and that they really impact very strongly their daily work, their costs, the liability of their product. So the whole supply chain is affected. And you play an important role to bring this information and awareness to your clients, to your companies. That's why we need to make you aware about these topics, to make you better skilled, to get you in touch, to bring you in touch with the experts here in ECHA. But the idea is also that you try to exchange among yourselves the experience that we already have in the network. We will hear throughout the 2 days several examples, and please get inspired. Try to think if the cases, the methodologies that you will see can be implemented also in your region, in your country. Your clients need your advice. They need your help. The timelines are quite short. The things to do for them are enormous, so they need your help for this. You have a lot of expectations that you submitted during your registration. Keep them in mind. Ask for explanations to the speakers, ask them for practical advice. If you have questions, I think it's really important to address the people, maybe not during the presentation, but in the coffee break. I think some of the ECHA experts and also the colleagues from DG Enterprise with the person of Temenushka and Moritz, who will join us a little bit later, they are here for you. So really use this extraordinary opportunity to get in touch with the experts and to improve your knowledge. We also have expectations from the agency side. This all costs a lot of money. Sorry, it's always the same story. And we really look for efficiency implementation. So we have some suggestions for a follow-up group, for keeping in touch and keeping in touch with every one of you, and to see how this training will really help you in your daily work, you, your colleagues, your clients. So one of the messages that I would like to address to you already is try to get out as much as you can of this training and bring this information and advice to your clients, but also to your colleagues in your host organizations on regional level, on consortium level, on national level. You are a little bit the intermediary here for them, because not everybody can come to Brussels. We have limited space, even if we could have open to a little bit more persons, but maybe the next time. Let's see. So that are our expectations, and we are really very grateful to be here in Finland and to have the opportunity also to involve the Finnish consortium because they already have a very good experience in collaborating with ECHA, and I think Hanna is going to give us some explanations, some examples of what you already did. And thanks a lot again.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Hanna Riski. I come from the Ministry of Employment and the Economy of Finland, and I'm the coordinator of the EEN network in Finland, and it was really nice to meet most of you last evening on the dinner, and I hope we can also continue discussions during these 2 days. And perhaps you will join us to the sauna and to the dinner in the evening as well. And firstly, I would like to welcome you again to Helsinki. It's November, it's a bit dark and it's a bit rainy. It's probably not the best time to come here, but I hope you will enjoy your stay here and remember to come here again during the summertime. I will just show you a couple of slides and tell you a little bit about the network in Finland. First of all, here is the map of Finland, as you can see. We have partners on the network in 7 different cities here in Finland, and we have about 16 experts all over the country. First of all, in Helsinki or in Helsinki metropolitan area, we have a couple of partners, for example, Helsinki Region Chamber of Commerce. They have been also organizing this training. We have the Finnish Science Park Association, TECHEL, and then also Technopolis. In Turku, we have also many partners. We have the Center for Economic Development, Transport and the Environment, a long name for that organization. However, Mia from there is here today as well. And Mia has also been organizing this training with us. We also have Turku Science Park and TECHEL there as well. We have Hermia Business Development in Tampere, and also premises of Technopolis in Lappeenranta and in Oulu. And Oulu is actually the northest place where we have a partner. However, of course, we deal with all the companies coming from all over Finland. And as I mentioned, the network is coordinated from the ministry where I work, and our operations are financed by the ministry and TECHES, which is the Finnish funding agency for technology and innovation, and of course by the Commission. We do a lot of cooperation with networks, and here are a couple of examples of national networks we cooperate with. We have the Chambers of Commerce. We have 15 these centers of economic development, transport and the environment all over Finland. We have science parks, regional actors and regional premises of TECHES. And we do a lot of cooperation with these networks because, of course, we in the Finnish EEN are a limited number of people, so it's really important to work with national networks as well. I'm not going to explain you what the EEN services are because you are really much aware of them. But I just wanted to show you a couple of examples of, for example, events, matchmaking events and company missions, what are happening still during this rest of this year. We organize about 30 seminars during the year related to different topics concerning internationalizations. And for example, last week we had our chamber organized a really popular seminar on Norway and on public procurement. And as Elke mentioned, we have also done cooperation with ECHA before, an organized seminar with them, and I'm sure that we will continue this cooperation also in the future. And this seminar was directly for the SMEs to tell them about REACH. But then I won't go through all of these future matchmaking events and company missions, what we are having during the rest of the year, but just to give you an example, what is happening in our consortium. We have a website. You can find it from enterpriseeurope.fi. There you will have the possibility to learn Finnish, as you can see, but we also have the page in English. So if you are interested to find out more about our events, about our success stories, and also you can find the list of our experts from this site. So please go and visit. Here you can see my contact information, my email address, and please, I will be here during these 2 days. If you have any questions, please ask me, and also our Finnish colleagues, and also visit our website and find out more about the network in Finland. And I hope that you are going to have a really good training for the 2 days. Thank you.
Then the topic now, I will speak about the REACH regulation. I don't know exactly what level of knowledge you have about it. So I think we all know, and I hope you know, it's a very complex legislation. Myself, I'm a lawyer, so as regards the really scientific and technical part of it, I'm not perfectly aware either. So I will go really not very much into details, but afterwards, if you have deeper knowledge and you want to ask very concrete questions, we can do that during the question and answer session afterwards. The structure of sorry, the structure would be a very, very short background information on how we came to REACH, what exactly REACH is, once again, not very much into details, and shortly to present a recent review we had of the regulation. Now, as regards the background, why do we have REACH? Well, basically, it was meant to replace a set of previous legislative measures, which turned out to be not very efficient. It was already mentioned before by Lindsay. We actually lacked a lot of information on chemicals you could find on the market. And the main problem of that being the fact that we more or less had some information on the raw material, but not on the use. So we didn't know what was happening with it afterwards in the supply chain. As well, under the old legislation, the burden of proof to prove indeed the safe use of chemicals was upon member states. So it was not very efficient. They don't have that resources. And as you can see, we were lacking the correct instrument to deal with substances which might turn to be of concern. So the idea was, that's my presentation, so we'll skip that one, but maybe back to this. The idea was to involve, as I said, in order to get this information on the downstream users, to involve in the downstream users. And the downstream users, what we call under REACH, is really the people using chemicals in their daily, professional or not life. And, and they are, thank you. And as you know, a big part of them are SMEs. So that's exactly as well as it was mentioned before, why we need your help for that, because we, Commission for sure, but even for ECHA, it was mentioned it's very difficult to reach those companies, and those are companies which operate in your region, so you have really direct contact with them, and that's why we would like to inform you about REACH, but once again, not in details. What is more important is that you inform them about where they can find more support, not really about the obligation as such, but more where they can get information on that. Now, this is a bit technical, the legislative history of the regulation, which we will skip, but as you can see, it takes a lot of time to come up with that. What is REACH? REACH indeed is a regulation, and the abbreviation stands for Registration, Evaluation, Authorization, and Restriction of Chemicals. All this system being created by REACH is managed by ECHA, where we are today. And the regulation entered into force in 2007. it is useful to know that the implementation it's subject to some transitional periods, but we'll come back to that when we speak about the registration requirement. The objectives of REACH are quite important. The regulation says that REACH is there to ensure, of course, high protection of human health and environment, promotion of alternative methods for assessing hazardous substances, ensuring the free circulation of substances on the internal market, and enhancing competitiveness and innovation. And some of those objectives have more importance for SMEs. So maybe just to mention, as regards the protection of human health and the environment, it is, as I said, downstream users on the REACH are getting more involved. So it's really for them to receive the information on chemicals so that they can deal with it in a safe way. This is also, it has an added value for SMEs because this information could help them indeed complying with, for instance, other legislations. It might be, I don't know, the workers' protection legislation or CLP, for which we'll have a presentation later on today. So this is something which is very useful, but of course for that they have to be proactive and request that information, because nowadays it's not really automatic. This is also something we would need your help for. As regards for instance, the competitiveness and innovation, the SMEs are really active in innovation, we know that, and they have a very important role to play in that. And REACH is also a very good opportunity to innovate. But once again, and it was mentioned, I think it's an opportunity to innovate, but also there is a lot of information which is already available on indeed the dissemination website of ECHA. So it's very good knowledge base on chemicals which they could use. But once again, they should know about it. So it's again where we need you to inform about the existence of those opportunities. Maybe also to say that the harmonization of the internal market is something which is happening, for sure. We have proofs for that, even though it's not perfect for the moment, so we have to wait a bit, but it is also very beneficial for SMEs in the sense where for them it's I think it's very beneficial to have the same regulations among different member states, which was not the case before, because different requirements in the chemical sector, for instance, applied in every member state. It was different, so it's very difficult for especially SMEs to comply with it. Now for the scope of REACH, it applies, as you can see, to the manufacturing, import and placing on the market of substances, could be on their own, in mixtures, and in some cases in articles. There are some exemptions, but yes, the important thing to mention here is, as I said, under the previous legislation, the burden of proof was upon national authorities, and here with REACH, this is a reverse burden of proof, so now it's upon industry really to prove that they are managing and using chemicals safely. Now, on the core elements of REACH, the first one, just one of them, is the registration, which implies that it's for manufacturers and importers to obtain information on the substances they manufacture or import, and on the basis of that information, they use it to determine what we call risk management measures, and those risk management measures should then pass down the supply chain up to the end user. All this information is contained in what we call the registration dossier, and it is submitted to then to ECHA. But this is a bit more technical. What is important here is that the information in the registration dossier is not formally accepted upon submission by ECHA, so it's really the registrant who remains entirely responsible for the information that is in the dossier. The registration obligation flows upon Article 6, and it concerns substances which are manufactured or imported upon above 1 ton per year. And yes, I mentioned before that there are some transitional periods. So we just survived this year the second registration deadline. And what is a bit more important is the 2018 one, because it's for low tonnage substances, and a lot of the companies which will be involved are SMEs. And once again, it was mentioned before as well, they're just not aware, some of them. And again, registration maybe a bit more, but for other processes under REACH, the situation is a bit. I would maybe like to stress a bit the consequence of the absence of registration. Basically, it means that if the registration is not there for a substance, it cannot be marketed, so it disappears from the market. If downstream users would like to keep the substance they use on the market, they should then really communicate with their suppliers within the supply chain and make sure that the substance either has already been registered or will be registered if it's for the 2018 deadline. Once then the substance is, this was already deleted, but I will skip it because otherwise the presentation is too long. But once again, it's on the dissemination information, some exemptions for confidential reasons. But once the registration is made, what is starting on the REACH is another process, and namely the evaluation. We have two types of evaluation. You have a dossier evaluation and a substance evaluation. So maybe not going into details, but the dossier evaluation is really checking by ECHA, checking the quality of the registration dossier, and it concerns at least 5% of the registration dossiers in different tonnage bands. So what is important here, if something is missing in the dossier, what ECHA is doing is going back to companies and requesting additional information, which of course costs money. And this is something which requires resources from industry, so they should prepare for that and be informed for that eventuality. Also, for the highest tonnage bands, the registrants submit testing proposals, and this is also part of the dossier evaluation for ECHA to evaluate that. As to the substance evaluation, it is for national competent authorities to then prioritize substances for substances of concern to further evaluate and see what could be then the eventual regulatory action to be taken on those substances. And indeed, as a follow-up of the evaluation process, we could have one of the two risk management measures which are available at EU level. The one is authorization, and the second one is restriction. And basically, the authorization applies to substances of very high concern, what we call. Those are substances which have been identified according to some criteria in Article 57 of REACH, and then they have been prioritized to go into Annex 14, which lists the substances subject to authorization. The authorization concerns uses and not substances. So it is individual use and individual company. And there is what is called the sunset date, which is the date by which or after which the substance cannot be used anymore unless authorization has been granted for that particular use. As to the restriction, this is under REACH the safety net, and what is important is that it applies to, in theory, to any substance, and it's a general measure. So what maybe I would like from Commission point of view to mention here is that for us as regulators, it's very important to receive actually feedback from companies and from downstream users, in particular SMEs. And this, namely during, under those two processes, there are some consultation phases which are ongoing on ECHA's website, public consultations, and during those exercises, it's very useful to receive actually feedback and information on the supply chain so that we can better target the regulatory action which we are taking afterwards. For us, it's very important, also something to mention. Yes, specifically on authorization, it's aiming at ensuring the good functioning of the internal market and to assure that the risks from, once again, the substance is a very high concern, are properly controlled, and that those are replaced progressively by alternatives. The procedure is at 3 steps. There is first identification and placing of the substance on the candidate list, which as such has the consequence that certain obligations apply, especially for downstream users, certain notification and communication obligations. Then, after prioritization, those substances can be included after decision of the Commission on the in Annex 14, which is the list of substances to be authorized. And the third step is the individual decision authorizing the use of the substance or not, which again is taken by the Commission. As regards, maybe again to stress the fact that if the substance is actually not, the use of a given substance is not authorized, what happens is that, once again, it cannot be used. So, again, to stress, it's very important for downstream users to communicate well in advance with their suppliers and see whether the substance will be authorized or not, whether they will apply for authorization, and if not, well, preparing just for substitution, if there is a well. But again, it should be well in advance. For restriction, it's important to say that it's nothing new. It was already existing before REACH, and and it's the only difference is that now it's not only the marketing and use, but also the manufacturing phase of the substance is addressed when it presents an unacceptable risk to human health and the environment, which has to be addressed at EU level. Maybe here, before that, maybe here is the moment to mention, it was mentioned before as well, that enforcement is a matter of member states. So we are not intervening on that. But indeed, if you don't comply with REACH in general, but with restriction, for instance, there are indeed fines and maybe some more stringent sanctions depending on the member state. Now, to briefly go through the recently conducted review of REACH. Now, the context is that the Commission was required under REACH to perform certain review after the first 5 years of operation of the regulation. And we took that opportunity to actually do a broader exercise with a broader scope. And it was really to see what indeed those 5 first years have indeed brought about. And the assessment started in 2010, so it took quite some time. And there were 12 thematic studies, on the basis of which, and also on the basis of reports from member states and from ECHA, we actually indeed came with the report from the Commission and a staff working paper, both having been adopted and published on the 5th of February this year. The report is summarizing the main conclusions, and it's very short, so if you have interest and time, I invite you to read it. It's about 15 pages, so it's quite manageable. Those are, yeah, this is, I will just skip that because this is an overview of what I just said. Those are the thematic studies on the basis of which we came with the report. It is just to mention that the process was quite complex on the basis of a lot of documents, but we tried to summarize it in the report. Now, the conclusions of the review are very important, and the main and general conclusion being that it does work, and it does work well, and it's delivering on all the objectives which we could assess for the moment. And even though there are some needs for adjustment, but because we want to ensure the legal stability and predictability of the legislation, we didn't propose any legislative changes to the regulation. However, the report was really focusing on the impact on SMEs, and as I said, the report, which is the smaller part of the review, contains also a specific list of recommendations specifically for SMEs. It also identifies a lot of opportunities for further improvement of the implementation, and also stresses the fact that this implementation needs joint efforts of all the actors, meaning industry, ECHA, member states, and various stakeholders involved in that. To go a bit into details of the conclusions, it's important maybe to say that the impact of the regulation on the SMEs are indeed bigger than for larger companies. We have come to that conclusion, and smaller companies have more difficulties to learn how to deal with REACH and to deal with the costs associated to the compliance with the regulation. And we also saw that a lot of SMEs, and that was mentioned already before as well, are just unaware of their obligations under REACH, especially downstream users, and they think that they don't have any obligations under REACH, which is not necessarily the case. For instance, sometimes they also think that they have actually to do something under REACH, which is not the case. For instance, we have downstream users being persuaded that they have to register, which is definitely not the case once again. Just to stress again, there is a lot of support which is available for that within ECHA, and also the national help desks in the HelpNet network are really useful. It's just indeed we hope that you could spread that the availability of that kind of support so that they can get the targeted information depending on their case. Now, it's also important for us to get the feedback once again on what's going on and what are exactly the problems at that level. As regards then the increased communication in the supply chain, This is something which is very positive for innovation as well. And we can see that the information now it's indeed going from the users to the manufacturer. So it's not only what is called top down, but it's also in the other way around, which is very important. Also, that's something we have to work on, communication in the supply chain, and this is also something you could inform about, and you could help with this. As regards, you can see here that we are saying reorientation of research and development expenditure towards regulatory compliance. This indeed is a trend we have observed, and compliance takes really a lot of resources, which is a trend we want to turn around again, and for that as well, we will rely on your help because, yeah, again, for informing on the support which is available. Maybe just to mention that on the promotion of alternative methods, it's a good opportunity as well because, as you can see, the Commission has made available a lot of money for that over the 2007-2011 period, and this is an opportunity for your members as well to work in that field and to receive grants for that work. For this one, maybe just the first one we have now, it's starting the process. We have to review then the registration requirements for low tonnage substances. And once again, it's very important for us to get feedback from what's happening, what is and whether there is a need to do so or not, to change those requirements. For the rest, now, well, the review, as I mentioned before, contains a lot of recommendations to improve the implementation. They are grouped in different categories, but I won't go through them all. But here, most of them are actually relevant for you, and you're also quoted, which is a strong sign that we need your help. Mainly, I would say especially for the 2018 registration deadlines, we need help within the awareness raising and communication campaign to be organized for that. And once again, because I said we expect for that deadline to have a lot of SMEs involved. Now, maybe I can go here. Then reducing indeed the burden of REACH on SMEs. It's something which comes clearly from the review as a whole, and some activities are already ongoing. For instance, on the operation of sieves, we have in December, and I think that you received also an email for that event. We are organizing a workshop, which will be indeed, the purpose is to gather concrete examples of malfunctioning. But so far, it's difficult. It's difficult for us, being Brussels-based, to really get concrete information from companies, and it's really difficult as well to target the right companies being able to provide that kind of information. So once again, this is something where you could be very useful for touching really the companies having problems and coming back to us. Now, the follow-up of the review, as you can see, I won't go in details, but you can see that REACH is something which is not dead. It's moving, and it's very dynamic. A lot of things are to come in 2015 as well. If you are interested, we would be happy to have you as a part of our activities under this. The workshop is mentioned here as well. there is a possibility to be an observer as well. And I would maybe just stress as a concluding remark, because I think that it's yes. I would like to stress again that it's not really important to become an expert in REACH. It's not necessary. We don't need that. What we need is that you help us with really informing where the experts are. And once again, it's ECHA, the main one, and National Helpdesk, really in the next room. So do not hesitate to meet them and communicate, and indeed send companies having problems to them. Then this is indeed ECHA's website, which you know perfectly well, I think. Commission's website, DG Enterprise and Environment. And thank you very much.
My name is Javier Sanchez. I've been actually working here in ECHA already more than 5 years. So not from the start, but almost from the start. It was September 2008 when I started here. And I've always been dealing with registration of chemicals. At the beginning, setting up the process and figuring out what we needed to do to start with. And then later on, managing the registration deadlines. And now continuing with the preparations for the final registration deadline, 2018. So my presentation is about the responsibilities of manufacturers and importers. But what I will be talking about, actually I have at the beginning some slides on the general overview, but I think I will go pretty quickly through those because actually Temenuska covered most of the items. And then I will focus mainly on registration, the registration obligations. And also, I will try to answer these very basic questions, and hopefully it's a clear way of understanding what's meant with registration and what's the main purpose of it. And then some words about substances of very high concern. What I'm not going to cover is the authorization part of REACH, because you will have a presentation later on, I think this afternoon. And also obligations related to the classification and labeling regulation, because there is another presentation on that, so I don't want to overwhelm you with information. And the same for biocides, because my colleagues, they will be covering that. So basically registration and some words about these substances of high concern. But to start with, although I said I'm not going to focus very much on this overview, but just that we realize where we are now. This is actually a very long journey towards chemical safety that we could say in the European Union started in the 60s, and there was a slide from Temenuska with some more information on that. And then because of the drawbacks with those first directives, that they were not working completely well, it was proposed, this REACH regulation which entered into force, was adopted in 2006. But then there are all these other steps towards this final goal that is actually in 2020, where the aim is to have all these substances which are very dangerous, or as they are calling the REACH terminology, of very high concern, that we will have acted upon them. In parallel, you can see the other line is actually the world, not only Europe, where they are also taking steps toward the safety of chemical substances. So we could define that everything got started with this summit in 1992, the Earth Summit for Sustainable Development, and with a series of intermediate steps, but also with the final goal of 2020, which will be at global level to minimize the dangerous effects of chemicals to human health and environment. So you see that both lines, they merge there in 2020, which is like a nice objective for the safe management of chemical substances. Looking a bit now on REACH, I'm not going to explain what is REACH about. I think it's already covered by Temenuska. But maybe we can spend just 1 minute on having a closer look at the actors and the REACH. So you have here the first block, which is industry, the companies. And basically, the very important tasks that companies have to accomplish is sharing data on the substances they have. Because companies actually are the ones who have the data for the substances they produce. And then use all that data and share it with manufacturers of other of the same substance to register. Then it comes the task of authorities, ECHA member states, which is basically evaluation of the information we receive. And then as a safety net, because as Temenuska said, the main responsibility of all this game is on industry, that they prove and they take care that the substances are handled safely because it's their business and it's in their interest also. But as a safety net, we have these risk management measures where the Commission can adopt with harmonized classification and labelings for certain substances, or decide that certain substances need to be authorized because of their properties and how dangerous they are. And some substances can be restricted also. So if we now focus on what REACH brought as main features and responsibilities for companies, is this new requirement of registration for actually all the substances that were in the market before. So all the substances that were in the market in the 80s and before that, there was not too much information on them. So REACH tries to close the gap of information by introducing this new registration requirement. As I mentioned, key factor of this is data sharing. So it shouldn't be that all the companies, they register completely on their own, but those producing or dealing with the same substance, they have to share data. And this is basically to minimize the costs for all the companies, but also to minimize the number of tests on animals, to reduce tests on animals, and hence reduce the cost again. Then also an important part of REACH is that introduced in more obligations to communicate the information down the supply chains, so to the customers of all these companies. And through mainly the safety data sheets and extended safety data sheets, my colleague Augusto will talk a bit more from the perspective of the supply chains and upstream users, what does it all mean. And then there is this new authorization procedure mentioned before. But let's now break it a bit more on the registration, why there is this, who is involved, what is it, how, when, etc. And then also I will give you some numbers on the results of the actually deadlines that have passed, so you get an idea of what has already happened. Well, this is mainly saying basically the same thing. It's one of the cornerstones of REACH. And it involves the proof that the companies are handling properly and safely these substances. That is proved by companies by submitting a registration dossier to ECHA. It has to be done in common with all the companies dealing with the same substance. So that's this principle of one substance, one registration. And there are certain IT tools, I'll talk a bit later on how to achieve this and how to send this information to ECHA. Why we need to register? Well, what that is clear by now is basically because we, at the European level, we needed to close the gap, the information gap on all these substances that were in the market, where there was not much information about. And then companies with that information will then manage the risks better, and they will prove how they do all that in this registration dossier that is sent to us, to the agency. Who is involved in this task? Well, manufacturers and importers of substances, of course. And there are certain conditions also, the producers of articles. So, for instance, producers of furniture, cars, things like that, under certain conditions that are laid out in the regulation, in the REACH regulation. And then also, REACH had the opportunity to appoint only representatives in case of manufacturers outside the European Union. So they have basically two options, the manufacturers outside the European Union. Either the importers, all the importers they register, or the non-EU manufacturer can appoint one only representative, which we will take care of all these responsibilities on behalf of the importers. What are we talking about when we talk about registrations? Well, we talk about substances, chemical substances. We don't talk about mixtures, for instance, paints or articles. Well, you have there the picture of a pencil. But the substances included in them, yes, at least for mixtures and then for articles under certain conditions. And there is a tonnage limit. So what is below 1 ton per year per company does not need to be registered. But as soon as it goes over 1 ton per company per year, then it has to be registered. There is a distinction, there is the risk that I go a bit too technical, but it's important that there is the difference between what is called phasing substances and non-phasing. Basically, in simple terms, phasing were all these substances that were already in the market during the 80s and even before, and where the information was very, very small. So for all these substances, as we were talking about thousands of substances in the market of the European Union, the REACH regulation established a series of deadlines so that companies will have enough time to prepare their registrations and send them to ECHA. On the contrary, the non-phasing substances is all the rest, so basically new substances we are talking about here. And for new substances, they don't benefit of any deadlines. They just have to be registered before they are placed in the market. There are, of course, a series of exceptions, but I wouldn't go into details. But to give you an idea, for instance, all those chemicals which are already covered by different regulations, they are in general accepted. For instance, those that are used in food or feed or in medicines or others, then the registration requirements do not apply. Now we come to the how to accomplish this registration. Well, of course, the first step is gathering all the information and sharing it with all the companies, with the other companies involved with the same substance. And then we have these 3 key IT tools. First of all is Euclid, which is a software developed by ECHA in cooperation with the OECD. And that's the software where all this information on the substance, on the properties, uses, and so on, it's inserted. And that's the software also used to produce the dossier, the registration dossier that will be sent to ECHA. In ECHA, we've also developed this other tool called KESAR, and that's a tool to help companies to perform the chemical safety assessment. And this chemical safety assessment, the outcome of that will be a chemical safety report, which is a document, and it's also produced by this IT tool, and then it's inserted in the Euclid file. And finally, once companies have created this registration dossier, then it's sent to ECHA through this online portal called REACH ID. And also our communication towards companies happens through REACH ID regarding that registration. When, as I already mentioned before, the REACH regulation established 3 deadlines for registering all these phasing substances, so the substances that were already in the market for many years. A precondition for that, so that companies can benefit from these staggered deadlines, is that they have pre-registered those substances before 1st December 2008. Provided that they have pre-registered them, then these 3 deadlines of 30th November 2010, then May 2013, and May 2018 applied. We have now gone over the 2 first deadlines, and we are only left with the final one that is in May 2018, which will be for all those substances produced over 1 ton per year and company, and less than 100, because those should have already registered by 2013. In parallel, for any new substance, so a substance that was not existing before, it has to be registered immediately, so before it's placed into the market. So we've gone now through these 2 deadlines. What happened? Well, here you have basically like the heartbeat graph of what happened with these deadlines. So in 2010, yeah, we were indeed really busy, also because it was our first deadline. We received around 25,000 registration dossiers covering roughly 3,500 substances. This deadline, as I explained before, as it was mentioned in the previous slide, covered all those substances produced over 1,000 tons, so the high volume substances, but also those with specifically dangerous properties, so all the carcinogenic, mutagenics, toxic to reproduction, as well as toxic for the aquatic environment. All those, they were registered in 2010. In 2013, we were left with all those substances produced over 100 tons per company. And the deadline was just last May, and we received around 9,000 dossiers for 3,000 substances. So this is just for your information for the 2013, where all this registration originated from. And well, it's not a surprise that the biggest amount, the vast majority of the registrations, they originate from Central Europe, which is basically the main chemical industry in Europe, where it's located. In total, now these are the numbers and all these statistics. In case you are interested, they are in the website following the link there. But we have now a bit more than 37,000 registration dossiers, including phase-in and non-phase-in substances, for around 7,300 substances. So already quite a lot of substances. However, this is basically, well, I wouldn't say nothing, but it's still few compared to what is going to come in 2018, when all those companies registering even 1 ton will have to register. And there, well, the estimations are still not very clear, but we are talking about tens of thousands of substances to be registered. Some more bit numbers and comparing the two deadlines on the roles of companies registering. It's interesting to see that actually, if you add up importers and the only representatives, you see that it's around half of the registrations coming from them. So this means that actually also companies outside Europe, they are very keen on complying with the REACH regulation. So they are fully involved in this. And for SMEs, we see this is by number of registrations. So in 2010, we received around 14% of registrations came from SMEs. And now it's been increased almost to 20%. So we see it's increasing, and of course the expectations is that for 2018, this percentage will be much, much higher. So now it's really the time of SMEs to get involved, get active, and work during these years before 2018 to compile their registration dossiers and send them to ECHA. One important thing that I would like to mention before I change the topic about SMEs is that those figures that I gave are actually based on self-declarations from the company. However, here in ECHA, what we have to apply for SMEs is the recommendation, the Commission recommendation, which has a specific definition on what is an SME and specific thresholds. Also, according to the regulations, we have to check if the companies who say they are SMEs, if they are really SMEs. And to our surprise, we discovered that an important, significant proportion of those companies, they actually do not comply with this recommendation from the Commission, so they cannot be considered as SMEs. This is of importance because SMEs, they benefit from reduced fees. So, of course, we want to watch out that not every company is benefiting from those reduced fees, but only through SMEs. So an important message that I would like to convey here is that for SMEs that they can do this test, as is written there, do the test, it's online, and they can really then ascertain if they really comply with this definition for SMEs, which is important if they don't want to be later on faced with further administrative burden from us, what we will be requiring them to prove everything and potentially then facing an increased registration fee. Well, yeah, the summary is that basically we are now in the preparations for the next deadline, May 2018, which is going to be much bigger than 2010. So it's going to be the biggest of the 3 deadlines in number of substances and in number of companies and in number of registration dossiers. Also, although it was mentioned before, it's good to know that the majority of the information compiled in these registration dossiers is published, and it's already available in our website. And yeah, once again, stress that for us, we don't have any room of maneuver that just consider SMEs according to the definition of the European Commission. Now, very quick words about substances of very high concern. Actually, what I wanted to talk here is about what is called the candidate list. And once substance is identified as a substance of very high concern, which means basically that it's a carcinogenic, mutagenic, toxic to reproduction, or a substance which is persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. So in general, the very nasty substances, once they are identified, they are placed in what is called the candidate list. That's actually the first step for the authorization process, because from that list, then those substances are further prioritized and placed in the list of substances where authorization is needed. And then for those, companies need to apply for authorization. But even when they are placed in this first step, in this candidate list, already some obligations apply, which is good to know because we currently have, if I remember correctly, around 150 substances in the candidate list. So the number is increasing. Yeah. And then there are the obligations, basically, for the suppliers of one of these substances is provide their customers with safety data sheets immediately. But also for the suppliers of the articles, then they have to inform all the customers and consumers upon request how to use safely the product, and which include these substances. And then the producers and importers of articles, they, under certain conditions, they even need to notify to ECHA within 6 months of placing this substance in the candidate list, whether the article, in case the article includes one of these substances about those concentrations there. So, yeah, important to keep an eye on which substances are placed in this list, not only for the potential future consequences of authorization, but already because they trigger a series of obligations. That was basically about it. This is just where to find further information, but I think there's going to be a presentation mainly focused on this. So only to mention that in our website, you find very useful links. I would like maybe just to highlight now here the Navigator, what actually is the tool to understand what are the obligations of manufacturers. And it guides you through you navigate through a different series of questions, and it will tell you what are the obligations of companies. And that was about it. Hope that I managed to meet my timing. Thank you very much. I'm here available for any questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Augusto Di Bastiano. I joined the agency in 2009, so it's 4.5 years now. And I'm here today to talk about the users of chemicals, and in particular the roles and responsibilities. I miss to say that I work in the risk management unit that deals with chemicals of very high concern that we have heard before, but also about the assessment of risks from user and exposures in particular. What it is important to say about the users of chemicals is that it's the first question that comes is who's a user of chemical, and then when we start looking at the full scenario of companies where chemicals are used, we understand that they're almost everywhere. I used to work, before coming to ECHA, in different industry sectors, and in all cases, apart from one experience in the chemical industry, those sectors had nothing to do, apparently, with chemicals, because I worked in mechanical industry and in electronic industry, and the final product was not chemical. But in the production of those mechanical things and electronic things, thousands of chemicals were used. I say thousands, I'm not say just few hundreds. A lot of them were used by workers and were dumped into the environment with some regulation that were regulating how much you can send into the air or the water. What happened later when REACH came into force was that those chemicals had to be assessed for every use, but also look at what happens with the chemicals when it leaves the factory, when it becomes a waste, and when it goes into the environment. So we're going to talk today about a few things. First, who is affected by REACH and who is a user of chemicals, and how REACH affects the users of chemicals. So what are the main impacts? And then again, for other presentation, where we can find information. If we look at this picture, we have seen before that all chemicals have to be registered, and the registrants are manufacturers or importers of chemicals. Those chemicals can come from outside of the EU, can be imported into the EU, or can be either manufactured here. So the substances, once they're registered, they go through further steps, and they may be formulated into mixtures, and the mixtures can be used in different sectors. So, for example, in the workplace, like there is a picture there about construction activities, all the substances that are used in construction are chemicals, are made out of chemicals. They can be used in other factories to produce articles or to produce mixtures that go over the shelf, like the products that we buy in the supermarket for cleaning of our home or for any other purpose. And once the chemicals are no longer needed, or when they become a waste, they can be either recycled and go back into the chain, or disposed of as a waste in different ways. So who is affected by REACH? Almost everybody, I mean, using chemicals, and in all sectors, so small companies, big companies, but also the consumers, also us, indirectly affected by REACH. We don't see anything when we buy our stuff, but the product that goes into the bottle that we find in the supermarket have been assessed for safety. So if the bottle is designed a specific way, or if the product is put there into a specific concentration, there is a good reason for that. And the reason is that it should be safe for use, not like in the past, as mentioned earlier by Lindsay. So you must be safe when you use the chemical. You don't have to worry about, am I damaged long term if I continue to use this product. One thing that is worth saying about the use by companies, and particularly the small companies and medium companies, is that there are two types of big chunk of legislation that applies together. One is the safety in workplace legislation that I think all of us are familiar with, and apply to all companies, regardless of whether they use chemicals or not. And the other one is now REACH, and they're structured in a different way. So in the legislation in workplace safety, there is a definition of workplace, employer, and worker, and they have the same obligations. I mean, even they could be a bit different depending on the sites and the type of works, but more or less there are obligations for the workplace, for the employer, and for the workers, irrespective of where the company is placed in the supply chain. REACH works a bit differently. So there is a definition of a supply chain. We start from manufacturers and importers, and then we move to formulator and then the users that are called downstream users. And the obligation change depending on the place that occupied by the company in the supply chain. And it is important to look at this flow and also the terminology used in REACH downstream, because it's implied that there is a flow of uses, but also a flow of information. And so there is a huge importance of the communication in REACH, and the communication of the properties of the substances, of the uses that are allowed with these substances, and the risk and the way to control those risks. Let's start with the first. And to those who are just below the first step of the supply chain, so the first step is manufacturers and importers that are responsible for the registration. Javier has talked extensively about that. And then we move down, and then we go to the users of chemicals. They are called downstream users in the legal term. And they can be either companies, but also individuals. within the EU area who uses substances. And the substance can be used as such or within a mixture in the course of the industrial activity or in the course of a professional activity. So like the small painting company, one single man company, is a professional user, and it has obligation and has responsibilities under REACH, as well as 3,000 employees company that manufacture cars, or even more than 3,000 that manufacture cars. An industrial user is a downstream user under REACH. Distributor or a consumer is not a downstream user, but there are also some responsibilities for distributors or for chemicals used by consumers into REACH. What are the type of downstream user that we can find? First, it's the formulators. So chemicals usually are not, except from few cases, they're not used as such. They're not pure substances, but they're mixed together into the so-called mixtures. And those mixtures are supplied in the supply chain, and they can be used as mixtures, or they can be used to do other things. For example, they can be used to produce articles or to do specific works like cleaning and painting. After the formulators, we have those who use the mixtures that are called the end users. The end users do not supply the substances further down in the supply chain, but they use them. And we have some examples of end users in the pictures. For example, users of chemical reagents, like there is a paper industry paper mill there. They use a lot of chemicals in producing the paper. Construction chemicals, metalworking fluids, cleaning agents, and so on and so forth. How REACH affects the downstream users? We talked before about the information and the communication. There is one tool that existed before REACH and is now fundamental for the correct functioning of REACH, and it's called safety data sheet. The safety data sheet is a paper that is supplied along with chemicals. It's required for most of the chemicals, not for all of them. And with mixtures, and report information on the substances that are in the mixtures in regard to their classification and properties and other hazards. But now with REACH, we'll report also information on the uses that can be done with those chemicals. And there is a part attached to the safety data sheet, in some cases also, that is called the exposure scenario. The exposure scenario is a document that reports information on the uses and the conditions of use, in particular the operational conditions, so how much chemical, for example, can be used per day for a specific activity, or what is the estimated frequency of exposure, or if risk management measures are needed, like if there is a need to treat this chemical within a wastewater treatment plant, or if workers have to be protected using personal protection equipment or engineering control. All those information are now available in the exposure scenario attached to the safety data sheet if the substance is hazardous, and if it's been registered in quantity of more than 10 tons per year. So this information is now available to downstream users for registered substances. There are even more information available, and those are available in the ECHA portal in the dissemination website. There are some responsibilities for formulators. They have to look at the way they use the substances and be sure that they check that the uses of the substances they make in their own sites are compliant with what is in the safety data sheet. But they also have to think through the supply chain, so to think what happened with their substances and the uses of the mixtures that their customers do further down in the supply chain. Another important thing that affects the users of chemicals is the sharing of information that has to flow through the supply chain, but there is also a lot of work done outside of the supply chain with authorities, member states, the Commission, ECHA, and industry association, trying to get this information disseminated as much as possible, clear, and reaching all the actors in the supply chain. There is also another element that affects the downstream users that come from REACH, and is that for most substances that are classified very hazardous, because of REACH processes like authorization and restriction, there is a continuous push to research safer alternatives and put new substances that are less dangerous on the market. Now we move to the key obligation. The users of chemicals receive all this amount of information through the safety data sheet and the information that are available on the ECHA website, but also by other means. But they are obliged to either implement the measures that are indicated to them to control the risk from uses of chemicals, or they have opportunity to take appropriate action. For example, they have possibility to do their own assessment of the chemical and say, okay, I don't comply with what has been told me through the exposure scenario, but I will do my own assessment on the use and the risk and identify different measures. And in this case, they have to notify ECHA, so there is a tool available on the web to provide this information to ECHA, and they have to produce the so-called chemical safety report. That is a document where they document the assessment they have done and the measures that they have considered to control the risk. They are responsible to inform their supplier if they know anything new about the way to control the risk of the chemicals. And the formulators have to provide the customers with the information on safe use and hazard of the mixtures, and through the safety data sheet. And producers of articles using chemicals have also to check whether they need to register the substances in the article according to the provisions in Article 7 of REACH, and or to communicate to the customers about the presence of those substances, if those substances are the substances in the candidate list. What are the rights of the users of chemicals? First, they can provide information to those who are going to register the substances. This was most true before the first and the second registration deadline is still true now, because we still have a deadline to pass in 2018 for registration. So the users of chemicals are the right to make aware their suppliers about their use and their conditions of use. They also, once the substance has been registered, can inform the supplier about a different way of use in case the substances have been registered with some specific uses and conditions of use, and those uses are not implemented at the user site. They have to communicate new information on hazards. Maybe they have tested the substance. It is not tested by the supplier, and they found that some hazards that were not considered before. And also to inform the suppliers if the risk management measures identified by them are not appropriate for the uses. And once they decide to make their own assessment of the use, they can do that if they do not agree with what has been done by the suppliers, but also if they don't want to disclose to the supplier information on their use, so to keep this use confidential. This is true in particular for some sectors where chemicals are very important to the success of the product, and there are liabilities if this information is disclosed. The timelines. Once the information is received to the so-called extended safety data sheet, that is the safety data sheet with the exposure scenario attached, the downstream users have 1 year to implement the measures in the safety data sheet, or to prepare the downstream user chemical safety report. So to implement different measures and assess the different uses by themselves. But if they decide to do so, they have to report to ECHA within 6 months. So they first decide that they don't want to implement the exposure scenario and then report to ECHA. When they do the report to ECHA, they just have to inform about that. They don't have to attach any other information. And then to prepare this assessment that is more laborious and requires more time. But the benefits from all this activity is that today we have much better information available on how chemicals are used in practice, and this helps to reduce the risk and to find a better way to use the chemicals. The communication is improved in the supply chain. Before there was just safety data sheet delivered and no communication back to the suppliers. And today there is a possibility to have the flow of the communication. And the downstream user can benefit from the assessment undertaken by the supplier. So it's not longer a user or chemical responsibility to assess what are the risk management measures, but this supplier responsibility within the registration. And so the downstream user can benefit from that. And also, because all the supply chain has to be assessed, when these chemicals go to consumer, there is a systematic consideration. So the products that we found in our ordinary life, are not dangerous to us, do not harm us. And this is within the aim and the scope of REACH that is there. So that's the way how the supply chain works. The communication starts and ends at the same place. So from the final user, before the registration, goes up to the registrant, and from the registrant goes down again through the final user by the means of the safety data sheet. That is the key document to communicate the hazard and the risk and the way to control those risks. Now, more information on uses of chemicals can be found again in the downstream user web page of the ECHA web page. But also, as Javier said, there are a lot of initiatives ongoing, and this is one of them, to disseminate this kind of information and to discuss this uses and the better way to communicate hazard and risk and risk management measures in the supply chain. There are some documents that have been created by us in ECHA to support the users of chemicals, a practical guide related to the exposure scenario, practical examples, and there is an incoming revision of the guidance for downstream users, as well as webinars and video tutorials. So at the end, REACH is no longer a burden. I mean, should not have to be considered a burden, but it's a resource. So we heard the very first presentation about the blessing and curse. It should be more blessing than a curse. Chemicals should be blessing. And because now, thanks to REACH, informations are available and will be available more and more. And there is also direction on how to safely use the substances, and also the right for users of chemicals to get the use assessed by the suppliers, and of course supports and assistance. So thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. So yes, I'm Monique Pillet, and I've been in ECHA for 9 months, started this year, and I work...
Is it only 9 months?
Yes.
Oh.
Actually, I'm still on probation.
Oh, I'm going to take notes.
Sure. And I work with Augusto in the same directorate, so dealing with risk management identification. And today, yes, I'm going to talk about distributors, their rights, responsibilities under REACH. Very short outline. We'll go through the definition of what a distributor and retailer is under REACH. We'll go through the responsibilities, their rights, and briefly summarize that whole thing. And this is going to take about 10 minutes if I go the way I planned. So first, who are distributors? The REACH text tells us that it's any natural or legal person established within the community, including retailer, who only stores and places on the market a substance on its own or in a mixture for third parties. I've put in blue and bold the parts of this definition that is important, in my opinion, so established within the community, and that includes retailer, and only stores and places on the market for third parties. Of course, with REACH, we talk about substances. That goes without saying. So we understand that a retailer for REACH is part of a distributor. I would call it a subgroup of distributors, and that distributors as such are a subgroup of suppliers. So distributors receive and supply substances, mixtures, and as such also articles. One important thing is that distributors do not have any other use of substance. They only store or place on the market. And just in order to clarify this concept of use, I have noted down all the activities that are sort of allowed for distributors to be a distributor under REACH. So a company can store a substance or mixtures for third parties, and they will be a distributor, and we will call them then storage provider. If the company sells substances or mixtures to private consumers, you and me, in our everyday life, or to professional users in a retail store, they will be distributors, and they will be, in more details, retailer. Then, if the selling of the substance or mixtures goes to industrial users, those distributors will be considered as general, normal distributor. There will be no subgroup for them. And then another thing that is allowed to distributors is to place their own brand in a product that somebody else has manufactured. And then we will call them rebrander, but they will be distributor. Any kind of processing of a substance, and that can be filling into a container, transferring from a container to another container, making a mixture, a formulation, that is reserved to downstream users, and that's a totally different role under REACH. And I think that's a quite important difference to be made here, that distributors do not have contact with the substance. There's no risk for exposure. Whereas downstream users really go on and deal with the stuff itself. Another thing that is quite important, and that's maybe not only valid for distributors, but companies can have multiple roles under REACH. So you can be a distributor and an importer. You can be a distributor and a downstream user. Yes, and so the different roles imply different obligations, and the different roles under REACH are defined according to different substances or individual substances. So you can import substance A and be a downstream user for substance B. And that's quite important, and it's actually the first thing that companies should be doing is really identify their own roles under REACH, because then they have the way clear to understand which are their obligations. Now, we've talked quite a bit earlier about supply chain of chemicals and which are the actors. And one may wonder, why is a distributor so important for REACH? Well, as we can see from that small flow chart, the distributors are basically the link between all the other actors. And we've talked about quite a bit about flow of information, and the distributors will be the link for the flow of information within the supply chain. And retailers are put here as well, just to show their place with regard to supplying for consumers. And that's just another way of showing the same diagram, sort of, but I quite like this one where the distributor has the central point. And I think that's really my point in that slide, that distributors have a central and key role for the information flow within the supply chain. Now we'll get to the responsibilities of the distributors. What are they supposed to do under REACH? The content of the slide has been quite nicely covered by Augusto in his presentation, so I'm not going to go into the details of what kind of information is going from where to where, but it goes upstream, it goes downstream in the supply chain, and the distributor has the obligation of forwarding the information to the next level. And for the record, you will have the slide, so you will be able to go and read the small prints in there. In addition, as all REACH actors, distributors are obliged to document all the actions that they take for their REACH obligations, REACH activities, and store that information for 10 years after the last supply of substance. That's something that maybe companies are not enough aware of. Document actions and store this information. Now let's talk a little bit about the rights of distributors. There are not so many of them, but they have the right to information. So they have the right to request a safety data sheet when they are supplying a dangerous substance or mixture to the general public, to the consumers. Consumers as such are not sort of entitled to get the safety data sheet, but the distributor has the right so that he can inform his customers. And then there's the right to confidentiality, and that means that within the supply chain, there is no obligation to identify by name or other numbers or other identifiers what is the link between the manufacturer or importer and the distributor. So there are different ways of sort of keeping some information of the details of the supply chain confidential. And then one thing that is quite interesting is that distributors are not subject to the authorization process. They are sort of an invisible actor when we talk about authorization process. You will hear a lot more about authorization in the afternoon or tomorrow, I'm not too sure. Anyway, but it's good to know that the distributors are not in that process. They don't need to apply for authorization. So as a summary, distributors only store and place on the market substances and mixtures. They do not have any other use of it. The first step, and maybe one of the most important steps for any company, is really to identify their own role in REACH. And there are tools for that, and we are developing more tools for that. Distributors have a very central and key position in the supply chain, and that will help reaching the final aim of that beautiful legislation, which is REACH. And that aim is to provide the safe use of the chemicals. And then mostly the obligations of distributors are related to this information flow within the supply chain up and down. And remember that everybody should document their actions. Now, if you have companies that come to you for advice, I'm a distributor, what am I supposed to do? I will really recommend companies to read the appendix number 1 of the guidance for downstream users, which is basically for distributors in many more words than what I have said today, but that will give basically what they need to know. And that was about it. Thank you very much and enjoy your day.
I'm not a chemical expert, so I'm glad to be here and to take part in this training and to have the opportunities to present one of our projects and what we done related to REACH activities in Bulgaria and the result problems, obstacles, and how we try to solve some of the obstacles we identified during the projects. So, how can we?
It's just to your right, and it's the right hand.
Okay.
No,
this one.
The machine, the little tool.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
So our project started in November 2011 with duration 2 years, and it's going to end this month, fortunately, yes. It was continuation of the previous one, EURES projects. The first part was very successful and implemented, you can see the countries for the first consortium. And then the leader of the consortium decided to keep this team and just to add new member states, Bulgaria and Estonia, for the continuous one of the project, EURES Plus. So our company, GIS Transfer Center, joined this project, and we decided our target sectors to be the covered in gray: chemicals, electronics, electronic components, metalworking, surface treatment, and textile. Because based on the preliminary research we done in Bulgaria, this is, let's say, more important and difficult sectors in Bulgaria with a lot of obstacles related to energy efficiency, environmental management in SMEs. So this one of the main points we decided to join the project. The other one was the situation in Bulgaria is quite the same as in the rest member states. It's about 98% in enterprises in Bulgaria and micro, small, and medium. And as a whole, there is a lack of awareness, experience, understanding about these environmental management systems, and lack of experts, training experts. There is still denial of environmental impacts about these SMEs in Bulgaria. The figures is not so clear and cannot be used as official data to say the sectors like that is okay or no. There's still, the SME still thinks that the available instruments and stimulus are not appropriate for the small companies. They think it's good to be implemented in the large and more powerful companies, but for the small, when there is a limitation of experts, still not applicable. During the project, our company, GIS, was something like a mediator between SMEs and ESPs. ESPs is environmental service provider companies we selected to be our partner under this project. We select them to three criteria. First of all, was to have experience and opportunity and capacity to provide environmental services under that project to SMEs. The other one was to be qualified, certified, and available to provide these services at national level. So the reports that they provide to the SMEs to be legally approved from the national bodies. And the third one was to agree to keep and follow our policy about the confidentiality, environmental assessment, something like that. This is the main environmental services we provided during the projects. The first step in our project was, and for issue, was to provide assessment, research, and analysis of the sectors in Bulgaria, the target sectors. So to receive the accurate information, we followed three main approaches, let's say. The first one was direct, asking the managers, face-to-face, visiting the place and ask them what they think about the situation in the company, our legislation, the things that we can provide as a support, instruments, guidelines, and something like that. The other one was to provide a questionnaire to all level staff in this SMEs. And the other one was to direct contact with preliminary developed questionnaire, regional environment authorities about environmental assessment and this is Regional Environmental Assessment Agency, which provide us information about the obligation of these SMEs, penalties that they provide them to each year by year. So when we combine three information, the sources for these three information, we receive very interesting information and data which provide in the report, and we publish this report on our website and the website in the project. So based on this analysis result, we decide not just to provide reports about these environmental services to SMEs, but to keep them engaged in that process, to train them on that, and to increase their awareness and understanding of the benefits of these reports that they received. So during the project, we organized and established 6 training seminars and workshops. They were free for SMEs. And one of them was focused on REACH and CLP regulations. This one was provided in May 2013 and brings together 38 participants. Not only SMEs, but different consultants, scientists, chemists, decision makers, students also. All of them are interested about this REACH regulation because it's quite new and there is still no good understanding of this regulation, how to implement, how to about the interpretation of this implementation. We invited experts from the Ministry of Environment and Water in Bulgaria and European Information Center. They provide additional information, not only like a presentation, but face-to-face consultation to these SMEs. 50 of them received in written form consultation after the end of the project and continues keeping this engagement between them and these experts. The selection criteria we use to invite the SMEs for these workshops, but only this. This is related to the chemical, mostly related to the chemical companies, but not only, because some of the chemicals, some of the enterprises from other sectors also interested in REACH regulations and how to be engaged in this process. So many target group was the companies operate in EURES target sectors and obliged to follow REACH. That needs assistance and support in developing the internal plans on somehow support for understanding the procedure, how to follow step by step the procedure of REACH and CLP. But some of them were consultants that would like to be involved in this project in the next stage and to act like a consultant distributor of knowledge also. Because most of these companies ask us for opportunities to take part in additional seminars and workshops like this one. They would like to participate in the international one, but it's a little bit problem because of money issue. The small companies doesn't have the budgets to participate in international forums. And they're looking for another opportunity from as a network platforms or online training, something like that, that is more suitable for them to keep engaged and informative about the new things and review of these regulations. As we were consulted by the representative of the Ministry of Environment and Water, they advised us to use exact these 5 documents as the best tools that can be provided to our SMEs, to keep them to understand REACH and CLP, the differences and the common between them, to follow the main step of the procedures, to find where in the internet they can find information in Bulgarian, partners, to find another partners that have the similar problems in the other European countries. So because of that, we provide these 5 materials and as educational and training materials. When we speak about the implementation, legislation, management, there are obstacles and benefits everywhere. As I can see from the previous speakers, most of the obstacles and the benefits are quite the same and common from Bulgaria and from the rest of the countries. So I've tried here to summarize the recommendation received from our experts during the projects. They based on these obstacles that we identified. Most of them we already mentioned here. The first and most important for us is to working with the leading organization and education organization to provide qualified human resources. Not only related to the chemicals experts, but because this is very difficult terminology for the most of the companies in Bulgaria. The language barrier is still high, and they cannot overlap them and go ahead because there is a little bit difficult in understanding of the nuance of the different terminology in Bulgaria, like a dangerous, hazardous, or something like that. We need to encourage the member states to provide specific programs to support networks and knowledge transfer. I already mentioned it. One of our suggestions was to think about to establish something like online forums and interactive communication when we have events like this, probably not like today, but probably in the future. We can share it online just to keep the SMEs to be informative and to ask real time the problems that they need to solve. The other one was related to the cost for registration process ECHA. For the big company, it's okay, but for the small one, they mentioned it's not for small for them. And they're looking for another opportunities to funding to keep the timetable and deadlines of REACH. And the new one that they think it's innovative one, it's related to Article 9 about the supporting the innovation companies, because it's related about this process of that they can skip this registration for a period of 5 years. So it's okay for them and would like to participate, and it's a stimul for our scientists and innovation startup companies to start engaging in the REACH process and to be something like a pioneer in this area and to provide additional information about these chemicals. Because some of the problems here is that we identify was related to when we try to specify more than one composition of a substance due to different impurities. The understanding of this, situation is still difficult on Bulgarian level. And they didn't find appropriate support and asked the ministry and already trained expert about this. They cannot do it for yourself. So thank you for your attention. Here is my contacts and contacts of organization I present. And if you have any question, I'm still here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let's see, does this work? Yes. Yeah. Thanks very much for allocating some time for me to talk about CLP today. So we all know CLP, I think, don't we? Hopefully. At least we all know the implications of CLP, because I think even if you're not used to chemicals legislation, you will probably have seen in the supermarkets these famous pictograms on chemical products, such as dishwashing detergents. In the bottom right corner of the slide, you see the old ones, the orange squares, and they are now changing into the red diamonds, and that's all because of CLP. But there's much more to CLP. So what I'd like to do today is give you a little bit more detail about what CLP really means for industry, what's the relevance in relation to classifying and updating the labels, and then I'd like to explain in a little bit more detail the content of CLP. So the historical context, why do we have this CLP regulation? What are the responsibilities for industry and the timelines, very importantly. And then lastly, I'd like to talk to you about creating awareness about CLP, because I think you all will play a very important role in that. So CLP, the regulation on classification, labeling, and packaging. Why is that important? Well, I think the bottom line that I'd like to bring to you for today is that it's important because companies need to update their label. In a very exciting way of saying it, it says warning red diamond rising. That's maybe the Hollywood way of announcing it. But basically, companies will need to update their labels, and they need to update it soon. And we hear a lot that from companies that they think, well, CLP, is that really my business? Well, it probably is, because it applies horizontally to all dangerous substances and mixtures. Detergents, I already mentioned, paints, fertilizers, tattoo ink, for instance, all of those products, they all have to be classified and labeled according to CLP. Right. Oh, sorry about that. So, a little bit more detail about CLP itself. The historical context. Well, CLP might be relatively new, but we've had legislation on dangerous substances and mixtures for a long time in Europe already. In '67, there was the Dangerous Substances Directive. Later in the 90s, we had the Dangerous Preparations Directive about mixtures of substances. And that already required companies to classify and label their chemical products. Then, well, with this morning, we've heard about REACH in 2006, and only quite recently in 2008, coming into force in 2009, we had the CLP regulation. But this is really all based on quite a long history of European legislation. Right, so what is it all about? Well, it is actually based on a United Nations system of classification and labeling, a globally harmonized system, and you probably know the abbreviation GHS. That has been negotiated on a United Nations level, and that is being implemented in Europe in the CLP regulation. It replaces the old system, as I mentioned, the system from the Dangerous Substances Directive and the Dangerous Preparations Directive with the orange pictograms. And at the moment there is a transitional period. So the old system can still be applied while companies can already start implementing the new CLP system. And I already showed you the differences in pictograms. So what are the main responsibilities really for companies based on CLP? Well, first of all, really the name of the regulation already says it, classification, labeling, and packaging. First of all, manufacturers, importers, downstream users, they all have to classify their substances and their mixtures before actually marketing them. And the classification in CLP, that is really based on the intrinsic properties of the chemical, of the substance or the mixture. So what kind of hazards does it pose for health, for the environment, what kind of physical hazards? We don't really look at exposure or risk. It's really purely based on the hazards of the product. Companies have to do that themselves. They have to self-classify most of their substances and mixtures. And especially for mixtures, that might be difficult, in particular for smaller companies. They might have a lot of different mixtures that they all have to be classified or reclassified if they were already classified under the previous regime. That might involve either testing the mixtures or actually looking at the substances within the mixtures and then classifying them based on that. And that is quite can be quite a cumbersome process for the small companies. So they really have to start with that early on, given the deadline that is fast approaching. That is regarding the classification. That's the first step, really. And then after the classification, based on that classification, the company's suppliers will have to provide the appropriate labeling and packaging. So I already mentioned that for most substances and mixtures companies, they self-classify. However, for some, there is a harmonized classification that is foreseen in the CLP. That is really for the more hazardous substances that are carcinogenic or mutagenic, for instance, reprotoxic, also for biocides, and if there's any other reasons that justify a harmonized classification. So how that works is that the member state, the authority, or also the importer or the manufacturer, they can propose a classification, and that will be followed by a public consultation process. The Risk Assessment Committee here at ECHA will then provide a scientific opinion, and that would then be incorporated into the CLP regulation. And there's an annex in the CLP regulation that contains all these harmonized classifications for substances. And then you can also find them online in the classification and labeling inventory. And I think that's quite a useful tool to remember as well, also for companies, that they can go onto the ECHA website and look on the CNL inventory, as we call it, and just search for substances and see exactly what kind of harmonized classification is related to that substance, what kind of pictograms you then need, what kind of hazard statements, etc. Okay, so then we have classified the substance, then the next step is labeling, as I already mentioned. Well, there used to be the old system with the old pictograms, risk phrases and safety phrases, but now we have the new system of CLP with different kind of pictograms. Based on the hazards that are identified during the classification, there are certain hazard statements that have to be added to the packaging, and also certain precautionary statements. And that is all laid out in the annexes of the CLP, of which hazard statements and which precautionary statements you would have to consider using based on the classification. Well, the pictograms, already mentioned them on the bottom right corner. You see the 9 new pictograms. These have to be appropriately put on the packaging. Right, the timelines, I think that is quite important to note, because the deadlines, well, we're in the middle of the transitional period and the deadlines are fast approaching. Well, as I mentioned, the CLP entered into force a couple of years ago already, in 2009. Substances already had to be classified and labeled according to CLP in 2010. But now the next deadline is for mixtures, and of course a lot of companies they put mixtures on the market, also smaller companies, and they will have to classify and label their mixtures according to the new criteria by June 2015. Products that are already on the shelves, so to speak, in the supply chain, they have a longer transitional period for 2 more years until 2017. But to put anything new on the market, that has to be reclassified, relabeled by 2015. Right, and we have really seen that reclassifying these mixtures, well, companies need a little bit of time for that, especially smaller companies. So they need to do that well within the next year and a half. And when we look actually in the supermarket, for instance, you already see some of the new pictograms, but a lot of products don't have it yet. So we really see that there's a lot of work still to be done in the coming year and a half. Right. What is important then in preparation for that deadline of 2015 is really increasing awareness about the requirements of CLP. And studies done by the Commission really show that these awareness campaigns are really needed to promote the safe use of chemicals by citizens, but also to make sure that companies are aware of the requirements. For the general public, of course, this change in pictograms is not that revolutionary, and they will probably recognize some of the pictograms already. Well, especially this one, the flame there, flammable, is known by 80% of the population we see. Some pictograms might be less well known. We see the one in the bottom right. I don't know if you all know what that means. Pictogram there. Anyone? No? Not yet?
An exploding man.
An exploding man.
Yes.
You're close. Yes. Could happen. Yes. Well, serious health hazards. That's the one. So that one is not very well known yet. So there is still some work to be done on awareness. Sorry.
They have the quiz.
I know they do. Yes. And they cannot leave the room before they have all answers correct. Right? No lunch before that. And then there are some pictograms that people, well, they recognize, for instance, the exclamation mark, but they might not really understand what it means. When we look specifically at SMEs, a large proportion of the chemical sector are small companies. According to CEFIC, it's 96% are classified as SMEs. And the CLP actually explicitly states that it is needed to provide advice to suppliers, other interested parties, in particular SMEs. So ECHA is doing a lot of work with regards to that. There is an SME ambassador that some of you might have met yesterday at dinner. There's the Helpdesk that some of you work with in your respective countries that provide advice. There's the risk communication network. There's a lot of really points of contact for SMEs already. To really get information about CLP, about the requirements, there is the ECHA website that previous speakers have referred to many times already. For CLP, there's a very elaborate introductory guidance document, about 120 pages, I think, and then also shorter Q&A documents. And these guidance documents, they are really revised constantly, quite frequently. And for instance, about classifying mixtures, which might be difficult for SMEs, there's also a group working on that, so that will also be added to the guidance in the future. National authorities with their help desks in each of the member states can be a good point of contact. And then we also count on industry associations to really carry the message forward to their members. And we see that happening already. However, from the side of the Commission and together with ECHA, we're also preparing our own activities with regards to raising awareness. And there's a workshop planned next year in mid-September in collaboration with the Enterprise Europe Network as well, and of course with ECHA, where we would really like to bring together a lot of multipliers so that they can then make their members aware of the CLP timelines, and especially the requirements that have to be complied with by 2015. However, to make this a success, we need national authorities and also national SME organizations also to do their part to ensure that SMEs have access to information in their languages. And we also really count on your experiences to see what is needed, what kind of best practices are there to get the message across. And we would really like to hear about that. So maybe if you have any ideas already from your past experience, please share them. The banner you see at the bottom, that's the banner that we will be using really to make people aware that it is very, very important to act now. Right, that's all I want to say about CLP. I hope it provides you with a bit of an overview for those of you who don't know CLP that well yet about the requirements. If you have any questions about more specific parts of CLP, more detailed questions, please do not hesitate to let me know. I would love to hear about those. Okay. Thank you.
So I'm Valerio Spinosi. I've been working with biocide product regulation implementation here in ECHA since February last year. And I can say that a lot has been done so far. There's a lot to do. Still, we just are at the starting point, but at the moment we are starting we started basically in September when there was the application date from the BPR. In this presentation, I will go through briefly some information on what is a biocide. I don't know, maybe you might be aware of the background of this legislation or not, but this is a very just an overview. Also, I will describe the ECHA's role on biocide, the IT support created by ECHA, and the guidance we provide, a short description of the BPC, that stands for Biocidal Product Committee, and an overview on research and development benefits. Benefits for SMEs. So that's.
It doesn't look right. Has something
it doesn't look like a slide I provided, but okay. Benefits for SMEs. Let's say that in general.
Yeah, here you go. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it's all right. No, I can come back one. As a short short description on Article 3A on the biocide product regulation, which I will call now BPR. We have a description on what is an active substance on the bottom, and also what is a biocidal product. And what is fundamental to understood in the BPR is that it's basically a stepwise procedure. We first need to have an active substance approved at union level, and then the biocidal product, which is which contains this active substance, has to be authorized. A biocidal product is any mixture of substance that has the power to destroy, deter, or render harmless, or preventing the action, controlling the effect on harmful organisms. So, after this definition, I'm still puzzled. What is in a biocide? It's basically, if we take the active substance, a biocide active substance can be either a chemical or a microorganism, and now with the BPR provisional also in their nanoform, so also the concept on the nanomaterials are introduced. And these active substances are mixed in can be mixed in 22 different product types. And basically they can be insecticides, they can be products for the hygiene, and also the BPR now is introducing the concept of treated article. So an article can be treated with the biocidal product, and still which will confer to the article some kind of biocidal function. Let's see what is the ECHA's role in this biocide world. ECHA will manage the submission made by the industry of around 40 different kinds of submission types. We will see more in detail some of these submission types. It's basically impossible to go through all of them in one presentation, but we will see the most important one. ECHA will decide directly on alternative suppliers listing. We will see more in detail this also. Decide on technical equivalence. Will facilitate, as already happened for REACH, data sharing in the inquiry process and settling dispute. ECHA will, through its Biocidal Product Committee, issues opinion on active substance approval, biocidal product authorization, Annex 1 inclusion, and technical opinion on different technical scientific aspects, and disputes on mutual recognition. ECHA will also, like also is happening now in REACH and CLP, disseminate the information received, and will disseminate information on the active substance that has been approved, on the product that has been authorized, and also on this Article 95 list, which is the alternative suppliers list, which we'll see in a few seconds. And at the end, and here is the big support for also for SMEs, is that ECHA is providing a help desk to answer to question. We are receiving from public around 60 questions per week, and the number of questions is increasing. There are questions on regulatory aspects, on IT aspects, on different kind of issue related to the BPR. Then we have the communication unit, which is using its channels to amplify the message to our stakeholders and to the public. We translate many web pages to try to reach as much as possible the small and medium enterprise and micro enterprise. And then, of course, the guidance. ECHA is very committed in giving guidance, and we will see more in detail the guidance aspect of the BPR. So let's see some process. I say that it's a kind of stage race. We need to go through different steps to have our biocidal product authorized at the end. The first step to run a fundamental step is to be in the list of active substance suppliers. This list basically contains all the names of the companies and related to the active substance, and also to the product type, so to the biocidal product type they are linked to. For those companies that basically submitted a dossier for active substance approval in what is considered the review program. It's basically from the legal point of view, in May 2000, there was a clear distinction between existing active substance and new active substance, and everything that was on the market before that date was considered existing, and therefore was created a review program to run a risk assessment for all these substances. The new active substances are also assessed, but the main difference between the old active substance, the existing active substance, and the new one are that for the existing one, there are transitional measures for which you can actually market the product containing this active substance without the substance being approved. For the new active substance, you first need to have an approval, and then you can request for an authorization. This is the main distinction. The company who presented the dossier for the review program spent money to create the dossier. And unfortunately, other companies could market their product without having to spend money. Therefore, there was an imbalance in the market. Someone has spent a lot, other are just making profit. With this new article on the BPR, basically, to be in this list, you have to present, the company has to present a letter of access to a dossier, or present a new, completely new dossier, or a dossier for which the data protection are all expired. And the ECHA will evaluate the dossier and decide if to list whether to list the company or not. Of course, in the moment where the new company goes to the old one, to the existing one to buy a letter of access, in that case with this obligatory data sharing, the balance between the expenses to create a dossier will be, let's say, harmonized. If you are not in the list in this list on 1st September 2015, you can't market your product anymore. Active substance approval. This is another step. You need to approve your substance first. This is, let's say, now it's the procedure for mainly new active substances that are sent to ECHA for evaluation. ECHA run a format check, which basically means that the ECHA control that the file used to send the application is a Euclid file. The applicant will pay fees to ECHA to cover not only the format check, but also the work of the BIOCIDES product committee that will come later on. The dossier is sent to the evaluating competent authority, that is a competent authority of one of the member states, and the evaluating competent authority can request additional information, and the dossier evaluation starts. The output of this evaluation is a draft assessment report, which is sent to ECHA on the BIOCIDES product committee for the peer review, and ECHA has 270 days to formulate its opinion, which is sent then to the Commission for decision making, so to approve the substance or not. Technical equivalence. This is another step that has to be done mandatory before requesting a BIOCIDES product authorization. Basically, if a company is using in its BIOCIDES product an active substance which is different from the one which was already approved, and is different in, for example, because it comes from a different manufacturing site, or was bought from a different manufacturer, or the manufacturer process is changed, then ECHA will have to run the technical equivalent assessment to make sure that the two substances, the reference one and the new one, are similar. And this technical equivalent assessment needs to be attached to the request for the product for the following product authorization. Last step is the BIOCIDES product authorization. It's the procedure is exactly basically like the one for approval of active substance. The only thing is that for formulating the opinion, ECHA has 180 days. And this, we are talking here about the union authorization. You might know that the BIOCIDES product regulation introduced a new concept. There is not only the national authorization, which was before in the previous legislation, where basically every applicant could go to a competent authority and request a national authorization. Now a company can also go to ECHA to request a union authorization, which will be then granted by the Commission, and it's valid in all the EU countries. IT support, very quickly. You know, as for REACH, we are also using a Euclid file. In April this year, that it was issued a new version, 5.5, which includes all the data requirements fields for the BPR purposes. There are manuals which are published in the Euclid web page for industry, for competent authority, together with the FAQs. and the portal where the information is exchanged and where ECHA basically gets the submission from the applicant is called the Registry for Biocide Product, R4BP3, as maintained by ECHA. And also for this, for the submission to this portal, there are manuals which are in our website under the support page. Guidance, very important for company and for small and medium enterprise as well. There are already issued guidance on information requirements because there are new information requirements with the new regulation. Guidance on this active substance supplier, which is the first step that you need to cope with when trying to authorize your product. Guidance on technical equivalence, one other step we already saw. Guidance data sharing. And the next one in the pipeline is the approval of active substance and authorization of biocide product procedural guidance, which will be described in a stepwise form what are the different steps for obtaining the approval and the authorization of your product. Thank you very much. ECHA is also restructuring the guidance on the biocide world. We are using this structure. We divide in guidance on technical guidance and procedural guidance, and in different volume which reflect the structure of the risk assessment. This particular graph you can find on ECHA's website under the support page. Briefly, the Biocide Product Committee, as for other ECHA task, also for biocide product, for the regulation on biocide, there is a committee which will issue opinion, and the opinion, as we already saw, are on active substance approval, new authorization of biocide product, disagreement on mutual recognition. Mutual recognition is basically the previous way to authorize a product in more than one country. Before you had only the national authorization. You could go to one country, get your authorization, and then ask for mutual recognition to other countries, to the second, third, and fourth country, exchanging document, and then if everything was going smoothly, the other country will grant you an authorization. There were some disagreement. Now ECHA will try to settle this disagreement. Challenges are that the scope of the task the Biocide Product Committee has to run is quite wide, and the output numbers of opinions per year is quite high as well. And this is a summary table from DG Environment, shows us in the last row as the number of opinion will increase from 87 from next year to 286 in 2022. And these are really, let's say, scaring numbers. The composition of the committee is that every member state has an appointee plus advisor. Stakeholders are allowed to be in the plenary section as well as in the working groups, as long as the company whose dossier is under discussion has nothing in contrary for confidential reasons, a representative from the Commission, and of course the ECHA Secretariat. Now just an overview on research and development benefits. The BPR in some of his article is basically, I would say, presenting some benefit for developing new active substance, and that we can see, for example, from a data protection period. If you are requesting an approval of an existing active substance, your data protection is 10 years, while for a new active substance it's 15 years. As well as for a product containing existing active substance is 10 years, and for new active substance containing product is 15 years. Still, there are derogation. Previously, I said that if you have a new active substance, you can't market your product before having an approval. Now there is a derogation for which you can have a provisional approval of 3 years plus 1 of a product, an authorization of 3 years plus 1 of a product, even if the active substance in the product is not yet approved, just provided that the competent authority which is evaluating the dossier has given, let's say, a positive opinion in his report, even if the dossier has not yet gone through the ECHA Ambassador Product Committee and is not yet been peer reviewed. Another aspect to take into account is that if you are presenting or submitting a new active substance dossier, you don't have to present a dossier for Article 95 listing. The dossier, the name of the company and the product and the active substance are automatically listed after that the evaluating competent authority has issued its complete report. And at last, that we have the SMEs fees reduction. This slide comes from the fee regulation, the BPR, the BIOCIDES fee regulation. And as you can see, there is a reduction for approval or renewal or inclusion Annex 1 fees for small and medium and micro enterprise that goes up to 60%. And for what concern the application for granting a unit authorization or renewal of unit authorization, the reduction is up to 30%. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eduardo Vencesla, and I am a member of the Elke Helpdesk, which is a unit that provides support to industry and also collaborates with the National Helpdesk. I will explain in my next slides how we do that. I will explain a little bit the aims and where the Elke Helpdesk is present, our responsibilities, how we do it, why we are here as well. And then I will end up the presentation explaining a little bit our collaboration with the network of national help desks, which is called HelpNet. So the Elke Helpdesk has a series of values, let's say. We aim to be easy to approach, and we do this via our contact forms that I will briefly explain later. And just being present as well in a series of events. ECHA organizes a series of stakeholders days. We also organize webinars, and the ECHA Helpdesk is always present there. We are aimed to also be competent. The ECHA Helpdesk has a series of scientists, lawyers, and IT engineers that are able to provide answers to industry on any of the questions that I will explain a little bit later about the different regulations and the IT tools that ECHA has made available to industry. We also aim to be quick. We have our average is around 4 days to answer questions, but we always keep our target to maximum 15 days. And even if this sounds a little bit like 3 weeks, 3 working days, 3 weeks to answer a question, this only occurs in very specific cases when the question is very complex, requires agreement within the house, or maybe even talking to a contractor or to discuss something with the commission. So this is a very particular cases. It happens. So this is something normal anyway. But our goal is, in any case, we always keep in contact with the customers. If we see that the questions are going to take longer, we always keep the customer aware of how the status of the incident is going. We collaborate a lot with other units in the house. We have different means to participate in other meetings, in IT projects, in discussions on the several regulations we have in house. We're taking care of, and also with the customers, we are very, very we're very into providing support, receiving feedback, and forwarding the feedback to the relevant units. So we keep in contact with our customers daily, basically. And transparent as well, in order to be able to give you the answers that you're required without trying to hide or not. We're always try to say everything up front. If there are deadlines, we tell you the deadlines, and we always keep information as transparent as possible. And as mentioned before, we are present in our websites, in the ECHA website. We have a web form, and we also have a series of Q&As and FAQs with what we try to help industry with the trends and the topics we identify in the questions. So basically, we receive hundreds of questions per month, and from there we are able to identify the trends, and we come up with FAQs in order for industry to be able to see the hot topics in our website. Besides, with the National Helpdesk, sorry for the abbreviation, which is not explained, and HD is the National Helpdesks. We also work with them in harmonizing answering. Sorry for that. I think you have to click on the snooze. If you snooze, you have to, yeah. We also try work with the national help desks to harmonize certain answer of what we call difficult questions, and based on this, we are able to then create FAQs that are published on the website as well. We have stakeholders days and workshops where the help desk collaborates, providing IT tools training, and also collaborates to organize the one-to-one sessions. We have these stakeholders days, for example, where we have where the participants are able to request in advance slots of times where they can post a question, and an expert from ECHA will in person discuss this issue with that person, and we organize these events. As well, with the National Help Desk, we have the HelpNet meetings, which, by the way, a coincidence, is happening today in the room next to ours, where we gather all the National Help Desks and we discuss with them all the trends and all the several topics on REACH, CLP, and in the future BIOCIDES as well. We have a visiting program, so every 3 years we visit all the national help desks, and we go there, we exchange experiences, lessons learned from giving support to customers, and it's a very, very valuable event that we do with the national help desk with this visiting program. And finally, we also present in webinars and Q&A sessions. ECHA organizes these webinars regularly, and the ECHA Help Desk takes care of the organization of the Q&A sessions so that we are able to answer questions during the events, and also if questions are not answered, we also take those questions afterwards as a normal question arriving to the Help Desk. So, what are our responsibilities? I will go through this slide quickly, but basically what I want to explain in this slide is why we are here. So, for the different regulations, REACH, CLP, and BPR, we have different articles that says that the Secretary of the agency shall provide technical and scientific guidance, basically support to the help desk established by member states. This is stated in all 3 regulations, and also indicates that the ECHA has to provide assistance to manufacturers and importers for REACH, and for CLP and for BPR, it's, for example, advice and assistance to applicants. So these are the 3 articles that made ECHA help desk to be existing and to be providing the support to the national help desks and to industry. The text, the legal text, also includes the ways and the formats that the ECHA has to provide the IT tools for the registrants or applicants to be able to comply with the regulation, with their obligations under these legal texts. And for this, as you can see in these articles that I quickly go through, there's specified the format that has to be, for example, Euclid for REACH and for BPR as the main sources and as the main formats that ECHA has to provide industry and that we as ECHA Help Desk have to support. And finally, just the legal requirements for competent authorities and member states to provide support. The ECHA Help Desk is not alone on this goal to provide support to industry, but the member states shall also establish, for example, for REACH and CLP, national help desks to provide industry with the support on their obligations under REACH and CLP. For BPR, we see that the text says that the competent authority shall provide this support, but they may decide to create a particular group, like a particular national help desk, to support applicants on BPR. This is on REACH and CLP sort of mandatory, and for BPR is only a recommendation. So, what do we do in the ECHA Help Desk? So we like to divide the work we do regarding the support to industry on advice and support. So basically, we provide advice on the regulations. So we provide advice on REACH, CLP, and now BPR. And we provide support to the IT tools. So CESA, Euclid, REACH IT, and R4BP3 are the tools used by industry to comply with their obligations. We also provide training, as I mentioned before, in webinars, etc. And we also take care of the HealthNet, of the network of national health desks, and also in submissions. It's not just that you need to know how to use the IT tools, but when you submit data to ECHA, this data has to have there are business requirements that you need to fulfill in order to submit the information about your substances. And ECHA Help Desk is also taking care of these kind of questions to guide users how to fill information. This slide is just a little bit explaining our advice on the regulatory questions, REACH, CLP, and BPR, where we work together with the guidance documents and with the guidance unit that my colleague will explain later after my presentation. And we also do that for the technical questions. So as I mentioned, the IT tools and all the submissions. There are manuals referring to all these aspects. And we keep updated with all these developments in-house in order to be able to provide such support. Other things we do, just briefly, I already mentioned the training and IT tools, the coordination with the network of national help desks, the identification of questions, frequently asked questions. This is very important because from the input and the feedback we get from the questions, we create these documents. And also we collaborate with the unit of my colleague Peter Mago providing input for the drafting of the guidance documents. We, as I mentioned in the last point, we consult BPR, CLP, and REACH questions with the national help desk in this network that I will explain right now. This network of national help desks has as objective to harmonize the advice provided to all the stakeholders within the whole European Union and EEA as well. We have these meetings, as I mentioned today, and we have the members of the 28 EU countries, plus Norway, Iceland, and the European Commission. ECHA is also, of course, a member of this network, and we have observers, and in a further slide I will explain a bit more how we do this. Who are they, sorry. The tool that we use is Helpdesk. I'm not going to go through this tool, but basically it's a platform, it's a discussion platform where national helpdesk, ECHA, and Commission are able to pose questions, what we call difficult questions, make comments. Everybody is invited to provide comments of this, from this national helpdesk, and we all are able to then harmonize our answers, and from there we afterwards produce these FAQs that I mentioned before, that they are published in the website. But how do we work in the ECHA helpdesk? If you need support, there are a couple of actors that we always mention. Is the ECHA helpdesk and the national helpdesk. If you go to our website and click on the contact, on the link on the top in contact, you will see this page. And the first point of contact for industry are the national helpdesks. So this is the first point of contact, the national health that industry should, from EU, should contact. Here, if you click here, there's a list of all the national helpdesks, and you have their contact details. You can call them, you can send them an email, etc. But if you have already contacted your national helpdesk, or you didn't get any answer, or the answer does not please you, industry is also welcome and invited to contact the ECHA helpdesk. In this sense, an additional service that we provide compared to the national helpdesk is that we also provide support on the IT tools. The national helpdesk provide advice on REACH CLP and the BPR obligations and responsibilities, but the ECHA helpdesk, we do this, and also obviously the IT tool support, since we are the ones providing these tools. So if you click on the, sorry, I forgot this last part. We also provide REACH IT support for the user account management. This is very important, and actually it amounts to around 30% of our questions in the helpdesk are related to the access to REACH IT, which I hope is going to be fixed or is going to be improved in the next release next year, and we will hopefully get less questions. But we also take care of this REACH IT user management. But anyway, regarding the contact form, how to contact us. If you click on the ECHA, contact the ECHA helpdesk, industry will have this web form. The first part of the web form, it has three steps only, and we provide the support as I mentioned before. What we need to indicate here are all your contact details so that we are able to process all these questions in our incident management system. In the ECHA helpdesk, in principle, we do not accept questions by email, only by those arriving from the web form. So it's very important that this web form is filled in so that we are able to process the question quickly and assign it to the relevant expert who will take care of answering the question. And we have different topics. As you see, we have IT tools, on the different IT tools that ECHA has made available, the submissions to ECHA, and the regulatory advice. So I'm not going to go through this, but basically just for you to know that this is the web form and this is the way industry is able to contact us. And the way we work in the ECHA helpdesk, we have a 3-level helpdesk, which is the first level, which is my unit, the ECHA helpdesk, which is able to deal with most of the questions, but sometimes the question is a little bit tricky, needs some confirmation, needs some legal check, or some expert advice from another unit, and then we have this second level who we assign the incident so that they can help us to solve the issue. The third level that we have is usually when we have to contact the contractor of the IT tool because there is a bug, or we have to contact Commission because we are not able to reach an agreement or we don't know the answer, so Commission is here helping, giving us a hand. This is a little bit explaining how we draft the questions, just to make sure that you understand all the work that is behind. We need to draft, we need to do editorial check, we need to do quality check. We sometimes have to do cross-check. So the quality check is basically someone telling us if our answer is correct or not. Cross-check sometimes is to ask someone else to complete the answer we want to provide. Then we have legal check to make sure that what we are saying is within the legal framework. And of course, as I mentioned, first, second and third level to get more expert advice. But we also have the national help desk, so we involve them in our answering strategy. Not always, depends. If we have a standard question, we don't need to involve them, we don't need to notify them. But some national help desks also want to be informed of the answers we provide to their national customers. So in certain cases, we are also able to put the national help desk in copy, in hidden copy, or in CC, so that they see that the question, for example, if a customer comes saying that they didn't get any answer from the national help desk, or they did not agree with the answer, we are able to also put them in copy so that they know the answer that ECHA has provided to the customer. A little bit of just to summarize the work that we do with the HelpNet. So with the network of national help desks, we establish a common understanding on the legislative requirements. We harmonize the answers throughout Europe, and we facilitate the exchange of information between national help desks and ECHA, so that we can efficiently provide support to all our EU customers. And we also provide this, we do this with the European Commission for legal interpretation. The members of the HelpNet, as I mentioned before, are those 28 members of the national REACH and CLP help desks. We have 3 EEA countries, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. The ECHA Secretariat, that's us in the help desk. Then we have associated members like the European Commission, DG Enterprise, and DG Environment. And then we have observers. We have national REACH and CLP help desk from Serbia and Turkey. And we have industry associations, like the list you see on the bottom, as well as NGOs might be also there as observers. So we produce the FAQs, and we have this IT tool. I'll just leave this slide for you to take a look at later, in case you don't remember what I said about HelpEx. But basically, is this information exchange platform that we have with the national help desks. So in case you need more support, first, industry. This is what we always advise. First is the ECHA website, where we have the guidance documents. We have lots of webinars, and we are going to produce many more by 2018. We have the manuals for the IT tools. We even have a YouTube channel where we have videos on how to do certain operations with our R4BP, for example, or with Euclid. And we have question and answers and FAQs all around the website. The first point of contact is the national help desk, which are able to provide support in your language. This is very important. And we are in the ECHA help desk, we are always available for support if it's needed. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Just for a bit of precision, the unit's actually called the Guidance and Forum Secretariat, and I'm the team leader of the guidance team. Click my on next slide. What I'm going to talk about is about guidance documents and their translations, and as Lindsay's already suggested, the Navigator tool. Within the guidance documents, I'm going to differentiate between parent and formal guidance and what we started calling quasi-guidance, which is things like guidance in a nutshell documents and other related documents. Then I'm going to look at some translations, a few graphs and numbers about the most read guidance and translation readership, which I think will be quite interesting when we look at SMEs in future. And so starting with the guidance documents, what I'm going to do is, with a bit of help and optimism from Anka, is to try to click and actually go live onto the web page now, so you can actually see what the support page looks like. And then, how well can I point? If I'll point you where to click, Anka. Thanks. Okay, on the top left there, there's, I know why, it's because I'm pressing, it's because I'm pressing the click. Let's see, there. If we click on the guidance documents within the support there, then you get to here, and there's a little paragraph about guidance documents, and then there's read more, which you can click on there. And that takes you to individual guidance, and we just take an example. So if we click on guidance on registration here, a surprisingly steady hand. And then we can open it. You can either see there's a description here about the guidance, and then you can download the full guidance document. And with a little while, should be a PDF document opening. Might not have PDF. Yep. Oh, here we are. This is impressive. So that's how, in about 4 clicks, you can get to the guidance on registration. You can see what it looks like, the cover on it. There's some information about the different versions of it. And you can see if we scroll down to the end that the last version of that was published in May 2012, which was precisely 1 year before the 2013 registration guideline. So that's an illustration. You can close that one, thank you. And just to show you, just below that guidance, the other thing, sorry, we'll move up the screen just to show, if you move the bar here at the right, thank you, that in fact this page is available there. Right at the top there's a pick list which at the moment displays English as the language, and you can pick anything but Greek for me. So then you can see that the titles in Italiano. So if we take number 3 down there, orientamenti sulla registrazione, and scarica il documento PDF. And
just showing off.
I am. You could have done Romanian as well. My slides have Romanian. I could have showed off even more. So there you are. Guida la registrazione. All right. That's my 17th language, Lindsay. So there you are. Maggio 2012. There you go. Give up. Okay. You may close. I've finished my showing off until the next one. So, and then if we go, can I see? We can go back a page on here. No, okay. Click on support at the top right. Yeah, even better. So just to show that was the guidance page, but then also, if you just click again on guidance documents, there are a series. So for example, now on the right, we're just on the left, guidance documents, guidance in a nutshell. If we click on that one, the read more, and you can see corresponding ones here. So the registration, yeah, good, you were ahead of me, download PDF document, you can open that up. And this one's actually even newer because we've rewritten the guidance in a nutshell this very September to catch up with the updates. And the reason we did it just now is because we didn't want to frighten people by thinking they had to change. So you can see this document looks very similar to the other, except that you'll see it has many less pages. Perhaps just scroll down the table of contents just to see relatively few. Or even to the end of the document. I think we probably have a display of the number of pages. So 4 of 21. So it's 21 pages long. These are always translated, and they are aimed, the nearest we get to simplified guidance, as the Commission attempts to call it. But what we're doing is getting the main elements in simplified language and always translated these. So you can close that one, thank you. So that's those. Going to check where we are. Okay. Yeah, and the purpose is basically, as I said, to open in there. And what I'm going to say now, you can explore the rest of the slides yourself. So I've actually put links to each one of these. So we've already been these. We can scroll. I can scroll on even. That's even better. So that was the guidance in a nutshell. Registration. There you are, the remaining slides. So nutshell, same again, much quicker this as the way we just done it. So it aims to explain simple terms. Basically, have fun, explore yourselves. There's on the same page practical guides, certain formats for example, chemical safety assessment, etc. Then there's a Navigator, which I'll talk about briefly. So I'll come back to the Navigator, but just a point to say that if anyone wants to make comments on guidance documents, you can do that anytime. There's a form which is on display on that screen, but there's also a link in the slides that goes straight to there. And then I'm going to go for the Navigator tool just to do a demo of that. The start page is the same one. Well, it's within that same support section as you saw in the earlier slide, but perhaps Anka could click on that now. She's going to be my guinea pig now. So basically, there's some text about what it's about. So basically, it's an interactive tool to help you to clarify your role in the supply chain, identify obligations. This is under REACH. Find relevant guidance documents. So there are references. And then you run a Navigator session. It's basically substance-based. And if you want to be brave, we could actually try starting a Navigator session. Name of the substance. You can click in there and type formaldehyde. Make it easy for you, or not. Ethanol, methanol. I don't know the CAS number for that, though. I could have done formaldehyde. All right. Question number 1, okay. This is interesting because I was testing this when I was looking at it. It says, is it any of the following? So basically, interesting to see whether, of course, you need to know something before you do these, but assuming that it's not, so basically these things that are listed at the beginning are things that are excluded from REACH, for example, radioactive substances under customs supervision. So we do a quick no on there and go to the next question. And below each bit, you'll notice that there's actually text below there on radioactive substances and why they're not included and so on. So there's a bit of information about the various things that are excluded. So assuming the answer is no, we go to the next question. And are you a manufacturer or importer of the substance on its own or in a mixture? Click yes. We'll see. It tells you lots of stuff down below in any case, but we'll move on. Just to show you how the thing, is the substance listed in Annex 17? Well, we won't go into what Annex 17 is, but we'll put no. And we go on. And then, is it Annex 14? We'll put no as well. These are all exclusions or qualifications. So this is the structure. Do you also import it in articles? Put no, just to see how it works. And is it recycled, re-imported? No. So what we're doing here is getting rid of all the weird exclusion. Exclusive use in food and feeding stuffs? No, otherwise you won't be registering. How many of these? Okay, is it an Annex 4? No. Enter EC or CAS number to figure out whether your substance is in Annex 4. Search CAS number, you could try clicking that. Try the search below. Yeah. Okay. Right, okay. Yeah, it would have been much better if I'd used formaldehyde. Put 50,000. Sorry, 50-0-0. Which is actually, 50-00-0. Okay, search CAS number. Okay, next question. Yeah.
Oh. No, it's fine. It's saying your substance is not in.
Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Okay, do you manufacture import? So basically it goes through a bunch of questions. You can put yes, more than 1 ton. Yeah, so finally getting some questions. Is the substance a polymer? No. Nope. Thank you. So is the substance only used active substance? No. And do you already notify the substance under that? No. Okay. Whoa. So that's a Navigator session. Question number 13 already. Is a product process-oriented research, etc.? No. Any other uses? No. Okay. Click for any other uses not cited before. Okay. Since Lindsay's warned me not to do it, but not to take too much time, I'm not going to run along. But is it a phased-in substance? You can click yes. Let's see if we get some nice stuff. And so it goes on basically. And what happens at each level is that it gives you information that you need to know. For example, here below in this text now we've got manufacturers and importers of phased-in substances in quantity of 1 ton or more per year. can benefit from the transitional regime described in Article 23 of REACH. In other words, you don't have to notify immediately. This is the main thing where these registration deadlines come from. And so there, you can see here that text in bold. The precondition is that you had to pre-register the stuff between 1st of June 2008 and 1st of December 2008, which is why we were all running around in 2008 towards the end of the year at ECHA, while hundreds of thousands of pre-registrations came in. And then after that, you have all these options on what the dates are, and you can move down the bar just to see the type of text that's down there. Then there's information. So basically what it does, it tells you, it points you in your particular case, depending on the questions that you've answered on your particular substance and what your status is, to the issues that affect the substance in the context that you use it. This, in a 10-minute talk, might look like a slow process, but believe me, it's quicker than reading the 500 or 600 pages of REACH text and every available piece of guidance. So what it does is it does that. It leads you to which things people need to consider in their particular case. They're led through by a set of questions at each level. There's text. And one of the main things, I'm not sure whether it's up, if we just move up and see whether we can switch language halfway through, indeed we can. That's cheating. That's cheating. They've caught me out there. Do everything except. No, my Maltese isn't up to it either. Ça c'est plus facile déjà. Si vous ne souhaitez pas introduire un nom, vous pouvez laisser le champ ci-dessous vide. Okay, right, so you can do it in any language you like, as long as it's one of the 23. The version from September is also in Croatian, I just note. And we, for the first time, have ECHA's translations of the Polish and the French. I think the Polish helpdesk had actually done their own translation in the past, and the French were going to until I believe their resources got reduced, so it never actually happened. But so we've done both. So there it is, basically. So perhaps we come out of the web bit, and we go instead to, so you can close the web browser altogether and go back to the presentation. Thank you. And a quick F5 on there. Yeah, thanks. And then it's up to me. So statistics and graphs, just for a change from my point of view. I'm going to talk about most read guidance documents, some surprises perhaps, main guidance against what we call these quasi-guidance, as I mentioned before, and most read translations. Top 10. Little pause here because I'll give you a few seconds to think about which. Bearing in mind this finishes April 2013, 1 month before the registration deadline. You might think you can guess what the top line is, but unless you know, you might not. So maybe you can mentally guess which one's top, which is second, which is third, which is fourth at least, and then I'll click and you'll be able to see. Actually, the top most read guidance is that on compilation of safety data sheets. It's actually followed normally by the main CLP guidance and the registration guidance, which is a late arrival that just matches CLP main, only just managed in April 2013 to be read more often than CLP guidance. And that's 1 month before the registration deadline. You might think, why is this? Well, the answer is, of course, that the guidance like the safety data sheet guidance, it needs to be read by lots of people who are nowhere near registering yet. They're not 100-ton people, they're not 1,000-ton people. These are people in tiny little companies of traders, importers, blenders. They might not have any registration obligation. They still need to prepare safety data sheets, and in fact they need to classify, package and label their products as well. So a couple of dark horses at the top. Here, this graph, this is what I call data for those who don't mind their judgment being impaired by facts. because there's always an argument that people only read, they don't read the main complex guidance, they can only read simplified documents. But we can see here in the far right two illustrations. Here, this is the safety data sheet compilation guidance, which is the most read, and is on its own because we actually don't even have guidance in a nutshell on it, although we're going to cure that very quickly around December, possibly January. With the update of safety data sheet guidance, we're also going to almost simultaneously publish a guidance in a nutshell on safety data sheet compilation. But these two big bars at the end, the second one I've normally labelled in red guidance in a nutshell, which are available for each guidance. But in the case of the CLP, what I've done instead is to mention the introductory guidance to CLP, which does the same job. Basically, it's about, well, the main CLP guidance is maybe 500 or 600 pages, and the so-called introductory guidance is less than 100. So basically, it just shows that people read these. The fact sheets, relatively low readership, with the exception of that one on substances in articles. And in fact, we've decided as a matter of policy not to generate any new fact sheets or guidance fact sheets, simply because their scope tends to be covered by the guidance in a nutshell, although they're aimed at a different audience. But we can focus our resource and translation expenditure on guidance in a nutshell in particular, and the main parent guidance in general. Here, some interesting information for which I have to thank A3 for their analysis for reading. I should note also that even looking at the previous slide, and indeed the graph, that these data are now based, or the ones I'm using in these graphs, are based on actual hits on the website and openings of the PDF documents, whereas data that's been available before, on which people have been making judgments, was simply in response to the questionnaire for successful registrants. And to put that into context, when we had that questionnaire for successful registrants for the 2010 deadline, of course, that meant people who'd registered at over 1,000 tonnes a year normally. For me, it wasn't entirely surprising that the number of people who read in that set of people who read, for example, the Maltese or Bulgarian language guidance was very low. What you can see here, though, is the readership of documents that everybody needs, including SMEs and people who haven't registered yet. In other words, guidance that people are reading who might be registering in 2018 or who might never register at all. And these two documents in particular show it up. Quite surprising. The CLP introductory guidance, of all the openings of that document, over 50%, over 56% are actually of the openings are in a language other than English. Bearing in mind, of course, that experts in, say, the Netherlands, Germany, most of Scandinavia, probably open the English, even though it's not their mother tongue, at least as often as their own document, as their own language documentation. And similarly, in the safety data sheet guidance, there's a lot. Okay, there's nearly 4,000 openings in English. Not surprisingly, 650 in German, 650 in French or thereabouts. We even have data to show that the 17 openings in Maltese isn't only lean on the mic there. Okay, no, that's fine. So that, fortunately, is nearly my conclusion. So conclusions, people who know it's there, read the guidance, whether core guidance or quasi-guidance. Some might be surprised by the most read guidance, unless they realize that it's actually guidance for people who don't even have to register yet. Example, safety data sheet or labeling guidance. More people read translations than you might guess from the survey of past registrants. No surprise, given the explanation. And the guidance in a nutshell documents a Navigator tool, in particular, we see as key documents for SMEs as we approach the next registration deadline. So we're basically saying, please advertise their existence through your networks, multiply their use, and basically that's it. Thank you very much.
For this my short presentation, I replace my colleague Lucia Gigante, head of chemical laboratory in the INNOVAB, a special agency of Chamber of Commerce of Milan. I work in the communication and information area in coordination with the strategy and policy of Chamber of Commerce of Milan. INNOVAB is a national center of research, innovation and technology transfer for the needs of manufacturing companies and in particular textile, paper, fuel, of oil and fat in support of economic center and the public administration. The activity and the service are, no? Okay. No, sorry. The activity and the services by INNOVAB are technical assistance and advice to companies and public body with reference to environmental issues, quality, safety, product certification, analysis services, testing and control of raw materials, processed products, finished product, supporting the development of new products, support the identification of technology partner, research and testing laboratories, development of scientific research project in its own laboratories with companies and universities, publication of magazine, technical, scientific documentation, information and assistance of the application of European legislation. INNOVAB is divided into 5 divisions, technical division, equipped with modern facilities and more than 28 specialized laboratories. Why 2 years ago has signed the cooperation agreement between the Italian authority, Italian Ministry of Economic Development and the Italian Enterprise Europe Network? Well, Ministry of Economic Development in charge of providing companies at the national level with the technical assistance and the correct information on the application of the REACH European legislation. As a consequence, the Ministry has created the National REACH Helpdesk. EAN in Italy in charge of offering intrigued services for the competitive growth of SMEs and to provide them with tools to operate effectively in the single market, as well as regulatory assistance and the opportunity to relate with the European Commission. Ministry of Economic Development creating a local service to companies providing information on REACH regulation, and Enterprise Europe Network in Italy providing assistance, information, signposting to companies on European legislation and regulation. Together created the local REACH information desk called SIT REACH. SIT is acronym for Sportello, Italian word mean desk, information territorial. There are 7 help desks in Italy, 7 SIT REACH in Italy help desk. INNOVAB, a special agency of Chamber of Commerce of Milan, Union Camere Veneto, Regional Association of Chamber of Commerce. Today there is here a colleague, Ludovica Reale, Confindustria Piemonte, Regional Association of Industries, Metropoli is a special agency of Chamber of Commerce of Florence, Union Camere Emilia Romagna, Mondo Impresa, and for the south of Italy, Union Camere Molise.
the role of the Ministry of Economic Development in the cooperation agreement is about training and updating the SEET-REACH staff, providing assistance to companies, preparing information material and super document, for example FAQ, based on the national REACH Helpdesk experience, monitoring and providing a follow-up to the SEET-REACH activities. The role of the EEN in the cooperation agreement is identifying resource center in each of the 5 EEN consortia in Italy and organizing a dedicated helpdesk, providing companies with information, reference, signposting, and first-level assistance, facilitating access by companies to the national REACH helpdesk, and collecting statistical data on question for companies. The functioning of the SEET-REACH local assistance system, access to the SEET-REACH services is free of charge. Financial cost arising from the agreement for the Ministry and the EEN, each partner covers its increased cost. Start date of the SEET-REACH service, official kickoff was 2 years ago in November. And about organization, Confindustria Piemonte as national spokesperson. I think is a good example, the local REACH information desk SEET-REACH, about in synergy and optimization of effort throughout the coordinated action of European, national and local sector, an effective and free of charge service to Italian companies has been development. State of art after 18-20 months of activity. SEET-REACH activities are direct assistance to companies, visibility and coordination, internal staff training, information and promotion. Direct assistance to companies, reply to questions from enterprises and individualized support. Around 200 client enterprises and above 300 resolved cases, of which around 20% problems. SEET directly provide first-level assistance to firms when no data exists on the answer. In case of complex inquiry, answer is provided in close cooperation with the national REACH helpdesk. Problem solved in 3 days. The theme is about general information, relation between importer and downstream users, safety data sheet, SDS, liability for foreign suppliers, labeling procedures, REACH regulation implementation on different sectors, and registration issues. About visibility and coordination, for example, activity in the coordination in the EEN national meeting in different cities, and also a meeting in Ministry of Economic Development. Also for the visibility in EEN annual conference last year, and also this year in Vilnius. International staff training session for SEET-REACH. For example, in Rome, are organized by training session by Ministry of Health and by the Ministry of Economic Development about general REACH issues. And continuous update and skill improvement within the local training event. For example, a conference in Milan organized by the Federchimica.
Work and seminar, organization of workshop, seminar for enterprises about different themes, for example, general issues, REACH and CLP requirements for SMEs, REACH implementation, deadline and procedures, impact on small and medium enterprises of REACH inspection, mixture dangerous preparation, chemical regulation implementation, impact of REACH regulation on enterprises, REACH inspection activities, product safety, and the REACH candidate list. Work and seminar, different event, 14 events, more than 600 participants in different cities in the north and middle Italy. About activities, REACH is technical, communication, web, analysis and agreement. Technical activity, development of test service for the determination of physical, chemical and ecotoxic parameter, promotional YouTube video for the Italian REACH network about the communication, and interview published in the ECHA newsletter. For the web, creation of a web platform for a better support to enterprises, analysis, redaction of a comparative analysis, Germany, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Italy, on the new CLP regulation, agreement, development of agreement with a local institution. What do you do now? Development of a communication instrument and support to better promote to enterprises the services offered by REACH network, development of collaboration agreements with universities and innovation clusters in order to improve the technology transfer for enterprises, organization of informative meetings for enterprises on REACH regulation, development of awareness instrument events for enterprises regarding REACH regulation. Thank you very much for your attention. For a question, please ask it directly Lucia Gigante, my colleague, or Innovab, or a national spokesperson, Paolo Guazzotti, Confindustria Piemonte. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Cleo Brivois-Poupa from the Chamber of Commerce in Strasbourg. I'm a member of the EEN with our service. EEN in the Chamber of Commerce has 4 people dedicated on the EEN services. We are 2 lawyers, which I am too. 1 person on the research of commercial partnerships, and 1 person on research of technological partnerships. So I am about to present to you the collaboration between the French Ministry about sustainable development in France. They contacted EEN in France back in 2011 in order to collaborate together to take action dedicated for the needs of SMEs. So the cooperation was launched at the initiative of the ministry. It was like a steering committee named the COPIL. Comité de pilotage, steering committee that gathered the Ministry of Industry, French Helpdesk, the Chamber of Commerce and Industries, EEN Services, and some other stakeholders. In February 2012, an assessment was made at the national level in order to get feedback from French SMEs of the first registration deadline and to gather also some ideas of action towards them. Actually, the steering committee was set up first because the French ministry wanted to know from the EEN services how to take action over for the SMEs, because they didn't know how to reach the SMEs. I wasn't the person who was in the steering committee. My colleague Michael Vergniaud, who couldn't be there, was nominated by the French network to attend. And at the beginning of 2012, the French campaign for the 2013 deadline was launched. So there was a few actions that were led. I think I missed one of it. Oh, yeah. The tools that were used were press releases, interviews that were sent to the media in France. The first key action was publication of a brochure by the ministry, which gathered practical case studies from French companies, some examples, checklists and illustrations. I have one paper copy here I could show you. This is this one. How do I go on? Okay. And you can consult it from here too. I have just one copy. Couldn't bring 25 copies. So I can't see. Yes, that's it. I'm sorry, it's only in French, but at least you can see how it's organized. So it's, yeah, you don't see it that much here, but it's almost 30 pages with a lot of examples and a lot of example by with the deadlines and a lot of companies talking to. So you can consult it here later. Thank you. Just so you know, there was like 15 paper copies distributed in France, mostly by the Chamber of Commerce. So other actions that were taken, that were set up in France, were organization of seminars, workshops. It was like 20 meetings, if I remember, organized in France. I organized one in Strasbourg in April 2012. Actually, the ministry, the representative of the ministry, have done presentation there, and there was also the French helpdesks and representative at the local level, like the inspectors, for example, in work, security, and everything. It was organized mostly by the chambers of commerce. We gathered some practical information for you. If you want to organize it with the ministry too in your countries. So it has to be at the local level. It has to be a short meeting, not more than 3 hours. In Strasbourg, for example, it was 2 hours of presentations and 1 hour of questions. And there was a lot of debates, so you have to keep time for the companies to talk between them and with the ministry and the other representatives. And in the invitation, actually, I didn't do that in my invitation, but that's a recommendation anyway. You have to focus on a sector or on a specific point of the legislation, not just a REACH seminar. So other recommendation. The presentations inside the workshop has to be short. Actually, each presentation has to be not more than 20 minutes each, because it's not a training session. It's just informative. And then the companies can ask questions to you after the workshop. It's done to encourage the debate among participants and with the experts. For example, in Strasbourg, I remember that at the end of the workshop, the companies have the possibility to stay and have informal meeting with the representative, which is very, very useful for them. And when the company registers for the workshop or at the opening of the meeting, don't forget to ask for their status, because this way the presentation can be oriented and it's more useful for them. Other recommendations, and then it's done. You can ask to a local SME to participate in the workshop. That's an SME talking to SME is always better, and this way the other ones can understand their obligation better. I asked in Strasbourg the local enforcement bodies, the decentralized bodies of the state in the region, to do informal presentation, because often the companies don't get what they're doing, don't get on which point they are doing the inspections, and usually there are misunderstandings about the whole stuff. This kind of workshop is also the opportunity to make quick presentation of practical documents. I'm thinking of documents of the help desk mostly, but also if you used to write articles on REACH on your newsletter or everything, you can distribute it by this meeting. Yes, also in the regional press in some region the press was invited. I didn't do that in Strasbourg, but I know that in the other regions it wasn't very useful. They didn't come actually. They don't know REACH that well, and I think we need to do like a campaign toward them before inviting them. So some key figures about this kind of workshops. So it was from March 2012 until November. In Strasbourg, I told you it was in April. And it was mostly for the deadline of 2013. So there was 13 meetings in 10 regions out of 22. There was up to 88 participants in the meetings, and there was also 3 other meetings in 3 overseas French regions. These workshops totalized 715 SMEs, and there's a mistake here. There was 5 more meetings scheduled before the end of 2013, actually. So another action was taken, the publication of a leaflet called The Process of Inclusion of SVHC in the candidate list. It was the major steps of the authorization process, and it's in French. I have 5 paper copies here, and I can show you later. There was also some webinars. Actually, webinars were the more useful and the more appreciated actions toward SMEs last year and this year. It's free webinars in French, and it was made in the cooperation with the French Helpdesk and the French Chemicals Association. The topics were going from registration to communication in the supply chain and authorization process. But there was also more of it. I can tell you if you want to know, if you want to implement it in your countries. So yeah, the webinars were the most effective tools actually. The webinars in French, again, I'm sorry, are available at this address below. So again, some key figures. It was almost twice a month for 1 year. It was running from June 2012 until May of this year. It was scheduled from 9 to 10, and it has to be short. It's 45 minutes, and then a break, and then 15 minutes again. It totalized each time from 40 to 100 participants for each webinar. And that's an important information. The participants can watch it in replay if they missed it first, actually. And it was really, really used, I think, this option. And if you're speaking French, you can go there and have a look. I have more key figures, I think, on this one. There was 20 webinars, and there was almost 1,000 participants live, and 620 in replay. And it has been uploaded around 6,000 times. So that was very, very popular. So a survey, that's another action. A survey was being led on the website of the French Helpdesk to gather information, again, on specific needs of SMEs, mostly by sector. You can have a look at it, again, on this email address. The INERIS, it's the structure of the French Helpdesk, actually. We had the first results before the summer, I think. Only 30 answers now, and 90% of SMEs. But at least it gives us some indication on about the needs of SMEs, like the issues that on what the SMEs, on which the SMEs need help, mostly the USIs and the electronic SDS, that they need meetings at local level, and it's a good thing because we are doing it. And they need, again, brochures because it's very popular. And they told us, the SMEs told us that we don't have to perform workshops for more than 2 hours. That was the recommendation of the participants. So the next action that is going to be set up in France, it's a video called REACH, What's That? And I think it's like in Italy, they got it on YouTube, our colleague said. It's already set up, yeah. So thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, don't hesitate.
So my question is how to reach the unaware. This is the question that I had to answer with this presentation. And in fact, I have to say that this is a question which is still open to us. We are building up our communication strategy for reaching more widely to SMEs. And to start with, I have this on my shoulders to prepare right now. Because I'm sitting in the communications unit, in fact, you can see that this session is going to be mostly held by colleagues in the communications unit. I am working here at ECHA for 3 years now, and I started when we had the first awareness-raising campaign about the REACH 2010 deadline. And picking up from my previous work experience in Brussels, where I was very much involved in communicating the EU research and development programs, the famous FP7, which I know you're aware of, having some experience working with the Enterprise Europe network already, I thought that it could be a good idea to try and see if we could, in fact, consider involving the network in raising awareness about that campaign. So it all started with the participation in the annual event in Antwerp at that time during the Belgian presidency. And I discovered that there are already quite a lot of interesting, very useful initiatives going on within the network, but they are not really very visible. So that's in fact the challenge about bringing you here and working with you on a more longer-term basis, and that's the challenge about reaching the unaware, which is an important task for us. And in fact, I amended my presentation talking to you at lunchtime with the idea to be even more practical and to respond to some of your needs. So let's see if it is going to work. If it's going to work.
It's been switched off. Is it switched off on the side? No, there we are.
Okay. So the key questions when we have to talk about awareness are who, why, what, when, and how. So who are the unaware? Whom do we have to reach? We are right now preparing a very brief leaflet about really raising awareness, and we thought that actually we have to see for whom is this relevant. So if I can sum up also from the presentations this morning, any company that is based in the European Economic Area, because the legislation applies equally to Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, that is manufacturing or importing chemicals, that is using chemicals in the production process, that is manufacturing or importing consumer articles, like cars, for example, or mobile telephones, because there is heavy use of chemicals there, that is distributing chemicals in the supply chain, including the retailers, the large stores, are also concerned by that, and you will see why. And then any company also manufacturing, marketing, or using biocides for biocidal products. So why do they need to know about this legislation? The 5 most important points that we could consider, for example, so that they are legally on the market and protect their business, because if there is no data, no market principle applies. If they have not registered their chemicals, they would be illegal on the market. That's very much the presentation of my colleague Javier this morning. Secondly, to ensure the supply of their substances. We had this very interesting case where one of you was saying that one of the companies is having a trouble about the safe supply of the substance that they are using in the production chain. And that's very important, and that's where you can see this communication in the supply chain. That's where all this terminology about downstream users can make some sense. Also, to manage the chemicals risks in the company. The safe use of chemicals in the workplace can save a lot of money for employers. And all these new type of safety data sheets that are called the extended safety data sheets under REACH are about enhancing the chemical safety in the workplace. Also to meet the customer expectations and to enhance the brand of the company. And that's not just empty words. There is one specific provision in the REACH regulation, which is very new, and actually which is not very known. And this is the right of the consumers to ask for information when they are buying in the shops, if the goods that they are buying, if the coats or the rubber boots contain these substances of very high concern that we were talking about. So in fact, REACH provides the possibility to put market pressure through the consumer demand. And that is something that companies could also understand. This can also drive their business strategies. So that's another good reason why they should know about this legislation, and especially companies that are innovative. And we all know that SMEs are really the drivers of innovation. According to data that I have seen, 65% of the new innovation trademarks registered annually are coming from SMEs. So one very good example of innovation, which is provided under this legislation, both under REACH and the biocidal product regulation, is the substitution of these substances of very high concern. And there will be a dedicated presentation about it tomorrow. So why, of course, they need to know? That's already the other message. It is about the legislation. So they have to know. There is no way out of it. So for the legislation to work, SMEs need to fulfill their obligations. And also there is this corporate social responsibility, which I didn't mention in the previous slide. So it's all about protecting human health and the environment. And it requires that SMEs comply with this legislation like they comply with the other environmental legislation. All the different waste management directives and the electronic waste directive, the water framework directive, etc. Small companies manufacture, import, and distribute chemicals which are, in fact, some of the most hazardous substances very often. So that puts them under additional pressure for this legislation, and under additional pressure in the supply chain as well, because they have to consider the burden of going through this process of authorization of the use of these very, very hazardous substances. And because of this objective to reach very high level of protection of health and the environment, in fact, as it is on any market, there could be market reorientation. So that's good news and bad news. It's bad news for some companies that are on the market supplying very hazardous substances, but it could be also good news for other companies, some startups, for example, who are bringing on the market innovative ways and who could bring new substances that can change the production process, and who should know how to put their business strategies in the context of this legislation. So I hope this already is quite enough. But in fact, we are facing a dilemma at ECHA where we are dealing with all these companies that are currently on the market. So all the registrants of the existing substances that are providing this data. So ECHA has to implement the chemical safety legislation. ECHA cannot grant to small companies that have difficulties any dispense, because this is the legislation, and what our role here is to manage its implementation, including the support for companies that we provide and of which you have heard just before this session. It is not a secret that some small companies, especially those that had to go through the registration process, view the legislation as burdensome. But I will come back to that later on to see why they do this to some extent. The voices of small companies are hard to hear when it comes to designing the implementation because simply they don't have the resources to get involved into big discussions and working groups. And that is one reason why we should not second-guess their needs. We are ready to listen. And there is the role of an SME ambassador, our director who will be with us at the joint session tomorrow, is now designated with this task, and we are considering all possible channels, including Enterprise Europe Network, for getting feedback from companies on that. So what we are doing is to increase the support for companies and to do it jointly with other stakeholders and in many small steps that may not be very much visible. So some facts and figures about why do we need to reach to more companies. ECHA is providing the secretariat of the national enforcement authorities who work together to ensure consistent enforcement of the legislation. In 2011 and 2012, they inspected more than 1,100 companies, but more than 1,000 of those in 29 countries where the legislation applies were small and medium-sized companies, and they were mainly downstream users. So what was found out, this was the hard way to find out about the lack of awareness, was that 67% of companies did not comply with one or more of the REACH and CLP provisions. And what is written in the report is that awareness and knowledge on REACH among smaller companies that are downstream users is low or even non-existent, and this has to be monitored. So it is monitored, in fact. There are different systems that are putting in place. And what the report also put down are a few elements on which I wanted to draw your attention, what companies really don't know. So downstream users don't know if the substances that they use are legally on the market. They don't know if they are registered. They don't know if REACH regulation, even if they know about it, affects directly their business. There is a need of better understanding. So downstream users, in principle, have more difficulty to implement the safety measures that are provided in the safety data sheets compared to larger companies. And they have difficulties to communicate in the supply chain. Sometimes they also see that the list of substances is a very high concern, which are identified and published. They confuse it with another list, which requires that these substances go for authorization of use. The fact that substances of very high concern are published on the list has legal obligations, but it doesn't mean that these substances cannot be on the market. So that is why ECHA is enhancing its support for downstream users. There is a specific downstream user group working with colleagues that you saw in the morning. There is a roadmap on this safety and exposure scenarios. There is a dedicated platform with key accredited stakeholders from the chemical industry. And there is a lot of guidance, information, including practical guide, how to handle these safety data sheets when a company gets them. This is very important for small companies so that they know what to do with it. So all this kind of practical information is produced there. Not to mention that we also teamed up with the European trade unions and produced a small leaflet which provides information both for workers and for their managers, how to manage these safety data sheets in very practical and pragmatic terms. And then Now, for the next deadline for CLP, there is a working group on mixture classification with some help desks in the different countries that have joined this, and there will be a more simplified information on ECHA website that will be published about that with the launch of the campaign. So another question about how this information, in fact, despite the fact that it exists, can reach out to these companies that don't know about it, because that's usually the paradox with the small companies, that they are looking for information which exists, but they don't know how to find this information. So this is, in fact, our task, our role, to see how we could do that. And of course, we cannot do this from Helsinki. It's impossible to do it. And that's why we need partners, stakeholders with real SME experience, and that is what Mira is going to talk to you a lot about when she speaks after me. I have just taken a few elements that are in terms of our communication channels. We are also trying to understand, not only to anticipate, but to understand in real terms, what are the best ways for companies to find the information that concerns them about this legislation. And what has just been completed is a survey which we did with those companies that declare themselves to be small and medium-sized enterprises and that registered for this deadline a few months ago, the 31st of May 2013. And so when they were asked how did they become aware of REACH and the obligations under that, you can see with the orange line that the most important source of information for them are the industry or trade associations, the chambers of industry and all these industry stakeholders. So this confirms, of course, that we have to work together. So what we are doing is, I just wanted to highlight a few of our communication tools. I don't know, do some of you already follow our information? Has anybody subscribed for some of the information that ECHA provides? So we will invite you to do that. And that's why I have highlighted just some of the things. So one of the important things is the news that we provide. Every week we provide news on the updates of our website. But more interestingly for you is we have a newsletter. And we have included 2 of the latest editions of the newsletter in your participants' packs. One of them is particularly dedicated to the biocides product regulation. That's why we found it useful. But the other thing to which I wanted to draw your attention is that ECHA newsletter is also in a digital format. And it is very easy this way to view the articles by topic. So if you have to work only on CLP, you can immediately see which are the articles on CLP. If you have to deal with the biocides product regulation, you can also very easily sort out all the articles. Or if you want to handle a topic related to substances of very high concern, you could also search through this. And then it's, of course, very easy to share and link to the individual stories. We invite you to do that from your websites because some of your organizations probably are interested in providing wider resources for companies that you are assisting. And also the articles have a printable version if you are organizing events in your region for your organizations where you consider that these topical stories could be useful. You could do that very easily. The articles are written in a simple language. We don't use really the terminology and the abbreviations. So that's why I strongly recommend that you have a look at this for yourselves first, even in the packs that you have, and consider the opportunity of using these articles whenever you find a good occasion for that. We are doing surveys of the readers of the newsletter, and we have just completed the annual survey right now. So what we have seen is that some of the most desired story types are really these practical examples from industry, and also the how-to stories and best practices and top tips that could be provided for companies. And in fact, in the context of designing our plans for reaching out to SMEs, we have considered that in every edition of the newsletter, there will be such stories. So the newsletter is published every second month, so there are 6 topics like that. And I would even invite you to stay in touch with us, and wherever you have good examples from the ground, to provide them to us. We have already featured in the newsletter, and this created a lot of interest, the Italian example of cooperation with the National Helpdesk. And then we are also going on social media. We started with the tweets. We are on Twitter, and we also invite you to follow Twitter because there we put the information in a simple and attractive way. And we also Twitter about the news that are coming, the updates of ECHA, so you don't have to go through the terminology that is used by the chemical companies that are for a long time in this business. So follow ECHA on Twitter, and there will be even more to come for the social media. And then we have to work together, and we want to work together, and with some of you we are working together, so we are not starting from scratch. So I'm just, in the context of these examples that we decided to provide here, I'm just showing you one of those, and there are others hopefully to come. So I'm very glad that Cleo Popart is here because we cooperated directly for the REACH 2013 campaign, and we were even asked to help with providing some input for an article that you see, which was published in the newsletter of the Chamber of Industry. So if you are having such information channels, and if you want to plan some stories to write, if you don't find directly the information on ECHA website, do not hesitate to come to us. And then, of course, direct contacts with you whenever we have the possibility. So far, these have been the annual events of the Enterprise Europe Network. These are some pictures from our stand in the latest event in Vilnius. And we know that this is not the easiest place to raise awareness about REACH, CLP, and the biocides, because this is the busiest event of the network. And it is, in fact, your strategic place to plan your future activities. But this year we were quite successful with raising awareness with the CLP quiz. We are looking for other opportunities of big events of the network, and we are open for this to have some direct cooperation with you. And one of the thinkings that we have been putting where we could consider this matches very well, and Mira will illustrate that when she starts talking after me, is this kind of sectoral approach, really matching the sector groups. And I know there are quite a few representatives of sector groups here in the room from you in terms of getting directly by sector and tailoring the messages to the specific sector, because you can see it's a huge world. It applies in different ways to the different actors, but it applies to all of them. So these were just some ideas that I wanted to put forward, not really with the feeling that they are exhaustive and complete, but just more to trigger the discussion afterwards. And I hope I will hear some of you giving the feedback. So if I have to say, now we are at the stage that reaching out to new audiences is a very important imperative for us, and we have to do it together with all those that can help us. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are all still awake. I know it's been a tough, long day, but I can assure you that the last presentation will be quite light for you. And it's one thing is about being the last speaker of the day is that most things have already been touched upon during the day. So I will do my best to put it all together and sum it up and hopefully get some thinking thoughts in your heads, and when we then put our thinking caps on, then we can maybe build on about that. So what we thought that could be useful for you is that once Virginia has laid down the map on what we can do about reaching out to SMEs, to also think about already at this stage about the second phase when the SMEs are on board, and how can we help them to actually get involved in our work and to join us in making chemicals safe on the market, because that's what we all want, to able to say that the chemicals we use are as safe as possible. One thing about working with ECHA is about the perception of us being far away from the companies. And I would think that if you are a little SME in somewhere in Southern Europe and you hear somebody talking about this EU institution located in Helsinki in Finland, I would think that they would feel that it's pretty far away from their everyday life. I would even think that most of the Finnish companies, maybe not located in the very city center of Helsinki, would feel that we are a bit of an ivory tower with an EU flag on our roof. And probably they would feel that it's a bit difficult to know how to approach us. And we are very aware of that. And actually, I was thinking about this yesterday when we were having a nice dinner together with some of you, and somebody told me that it's actually really nice to see people from ECHA, because you hear about ECHA and you read about ECHA, but then you actually realize that there are people who are working in ECHA, and it's not that difficult actually to talk to them. So yes, we have thought about it, and yes, we have tried to find ways to help SMEs to come closer to us and to find the ways to get their voice heard and to let us know what is important for them and what kind of support they need and what we can do to help them with that. Because helping companies to comply is really one of the very core businesses of ECHA, both for us working in communications and colleagues in other units, of course, as well. We do things and we arrange opportunities for SMEs to come to direct contact with us. I'll tell you a little bit about our events, about our online consultations, and Eduardo was already giving you an overview of how you can reach us through the Helpdesk services. But then there are also some indirect measures that I would like to introduce to you, because I think there we have also potential of reaching out to really large number of SMEs. So how can SMEs talk to ECHA? They can, for example, participate in our events. We arrange twice a year normally a Stakeholders Day. Normally we arrange one for REACH and CLP issues, and then we have a second one for BIOCIDES. This is of course new, since BIOCIDES is new, so we had the first BIOCIDES Stakeholders Day only this summer, but in the future years there would be separate ones for both. These events are always free of charge. It's normally a one-day event, which with quite a packed program, going through the main processes, the main developments, the key issues to understand at that point of time. Of course, the messages are different depending on what is happening in the process. If we have a registration deadline coming up, we would concentrate on issues that are important for that, and so on. Also, something that has been much appreciated in these events is that they have the possibility to talk bilaterally with our experts, as Eduardo was already mentioning in his presentation, and they can book slots and they can tell us in advance what other things they would like to discuss, and we will ensure that there is an ECHA expert to address these issues. These events are always web streamed, so you can watch them either online or then you can watch them afterwards as a recording from our website. And it's also possible to ask questions online. So we always address questions, both asked from the podium or from the audience, and then those coming in online. And we can see a huge rising trend in the online questions coming in. So people are finding that opportunity more and more. Then we have quite an extensive webinar program. Again, there people can participate without needing to take the trouble to travel to Helsinki, and these webinars would then be available on our website. And I think it would be good also for you who are working on these similar things to check that you could interlink to these webinar pages and make use of the information that is already there. Then there are of course other workshops and seminars which we are arranging on different topics. And as Virginia was making some good marketing for our news articles, for our news vehicles, it's good to subscribe, and then you would be up to date on what's happening and when. Then this is another opportunity for anybody, SMEs, individuals, large companies, associations, yourselves, to give your input to different processes which are ongoing. I'm not going into detail with these, but these are basically the headlines under which we are doing public consultations. And what you would then be able to do is that you would be able to see on our website the substance which is, for example, suggested for restriction, and you would be able to give your input directly there. So if you have concerns, you can do it online. The public consultations are published on our very front page of the website, so you would see which consultations are ongoing. And it looks approximately like this. This is now on testing proposals. So you would see the name of the substance, and then you can get some more details. You can also follow the process then when it goes further from the consultation process, that how your comment has been taken into account and what has happened finally to the substance. And it's quite straightforward, so you just click on the give comments and then you can give your input there. Normally it depends a little bit on the process, but for example for restrictions the public consultation is open for 6 months, and during that time you can give your comment, and then it would go to the ECHA committees for decision making, and the comments are always taken on board there. So these are the things, the obvious things that the SMEs could do to be in direct contact with ECHA. But of course we have to face the facts. We cannot talk with everybody, and probably will never reach the situation where all SMEs would be in direct contact with ECHA. And for that reason, we've tried to find a system where we could actually bring this more local, bring this closer to the companies, and give them an opportunity to talk to somebody who knows their business, who knows their language, who's close to them, and who can then pass on the message to us. And this is what we are referring to with the accredited stakeholders, which the word you've heard several times during the day. So the idea here is it actually works two ways. So it's both for awareness raising and it's for collecting input to ECHA. But if we start from the giving input part, so all these sectoral companies who are working for their own business, be it recycling or waste or glass or paper or aerospace or whatever, when they feel that there is a concern and they're not sure what they should do, or they feel that they are not getting the support they need, or they would need more guidance, or the IT tools are not working in the way they would need them, or it doesn't match their reality, they can talk to their local industry association, their sectoral association, who belongs to a more wide national association, which again then are put together under the European umbrella organizations for each sectors. And we talk with these umbrella organizations, which are EU level, which represent their sector from many countries. And these guys have lots of opportunities for talking with us. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But that also works the other way around. So when the information from us goes to the accredited stakeholder organizations, the umbrellas, they pass it on to their national, who pass it on to their sector organizations. And then we hope that by the time it then reaches the companies from different sectors, it would have already been targeted, adjusted to those specific needs, and possibly even translated to local language. We currently have 73 accredited stakeholder organizations. The vast majority are industry organizations, but we also are very happy about having NGOs, both environmental and animal welfare NGOs accredited. We have academic associations, we have trade unions, and we have consumer associations. And the reason why I'm saying that we are very happy is that of course we have to make sure that when we are working with EU level chemical legislations is that we are taking into account all the interests and needs related to the impacts of them. So we are pleased to talk to all these different interest organizations. I picked a few examples of industry associations which I assume could be closer to the sectors where you are working on. As I understood from what you had indicated in your registrations. They are by far not the only ones, and we are publishing the full list of the accredited stakeholder organizations on our website, so you can see there the full list. But for example, these organizations are the kind of associations which is good for you to be aware of, and should you be working together with these sectors, it is highly advisable to make sure that your needs and your SME needs are made aware for these associations. Then we also have the civil society. We have quite a few animal welfare organizations. We have environmental organizations like Greenpeace, Client Earth, European Environmental Bureau, and also the workers' representatives and academics. So what can these guys then do? How can they pass on the message? Well, they actually have plenty of opportunities. We have in the committee meetings where actually the ECHA decisions or the ECHA opinions are formulated, they have the possibility to participate there as observers. They would not be able to participate in every single session when it's going to confidential information, then they would need to step out. But in the open sessions, they are sitting there with the committee members.
They also have the possibility of talking to the forum, the enforcers. Once a year, they would arrange a specific meeting for the stakeholder organizations to give their input and to think how they could be better involved in supporting the efficient enforcement. For the guidance updates, so every time we are either preparing a new guidance or we are updating our existing guidance document, we would always invite the stakeholder organizations to comment it and to give their input. And this is actually really, really important because they are the best people to know what kind of a support is needed and where we need to explain more and better and what is not clear and what more should be there. So they are closely involved there. Same goes for IT testing, whenever we do major updates in our IT systems. Or, for example, now that we were introducing the new tool for the BIOCIDES, STAR4 BP3, we had a testing group from stakeholder organizations actually checking how it works and whether the information we are asking is easy for them to retrieve. Yeah, and public consultations, of course. And then there are others, for example, in the HelpNet meeting, who you will be joining tomorrow, you will also see some stakeholder observers there in case they are running their own help desk service. So we are also interested in hearing what kind of questions they get. And further to that, we've also we also developed quite a few kind of more practical ways for working together with stakeholder organizations. We talk regularly with industry associations, and we have also a discussion platform for our NGO stakeholder organizations, where they can actually tell us what are the key topics that they would like to discuss with us, and then we arrange the ECHA experts to be there to talk to them about it. We are also working together with the communications people from the stakeholder organizations. And what we do once a year is that we invite all the stakeholder organizations to a strategic workshop where we actually then discuss the high-level issues that are relevant for the time being. Now we are actually preparing for the next workshop. It's going to take place in a couple of weeks' time. And this year we will be discussing transparency and substitution and cooperation along the biocides with the stakeholder organizations. If you're interested in any of these, all these minutes and proceedings and documentation from these meetings is available on our website. We also work then on a very sort of hands-on projects with them. One example is this use chemicals safely at work, which we have launched last week. And that is actually quite a nice package of information about how chemicals can be used safely at a working place. And we've done this together with the stakeholder organization and especially with the ETUC, the trade union organization. And it has kind of very practical tips on for employers, what they need to know, how they need to advise their staff, and also for workers then what they should know and what they are entitled to know. These kind of things we do. We've also done some campaigns. We've also done what actually could be really useful also for your clients are we've collected support information published by the stakeholder organizations under a separate section on our website. So if one of the, for example, CEFIC, which is the biggest of our industry associations, they have plenty of tools which are available online on the website. So in terms of getting an easy access to these, you can find them all from our webpage. Of course, in order to make this work, we have to make sure that we have the right organizations in our accredited stakeholder list. The way we've done it is that we have established 5 criteria for the organizations. And if they meet these criteria, they are welcome to join us. So there is no political decisions behind them. So they need to be established in EU, they need to be EU level, they need to have a legitimate interest in either REACH, CLP, BIOCIDES, and further on with PIC, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for them to work with us. And they have to be representative of their own field, and they must be high level, they must be non-profit making organizations, umbrella level associations. We cannot have organizations who are just lobbying for their own company. It wouldn't make sense. But filling these criteria, they are welcome to join. And we get new organizations on our list, not every month, but I would say 5 per year at least. So it's growing all the time. Of course, the biggest ones are there already. So now we got a little bit of more when the BIOCIDES people started coming in. And the application form is available on our website. So why am I talking to you about this, and what is the benefit? I think that by using these stakeholder organizations and their partners and their local associations, I think we really have a good chance of talking to the SMEs about things that are relevant and important for them. We can talk to them with their own language, and they have a very easy way to get advice and to get their voice heard. I also think that we are all under pressure, both in terms of resources and human and financial resources. And I think that rather than everybody creating their own stuff and their own support tools and their own communications stuff, if we can make the best use of what is already available and support each other there, I think we have a much bigger chances to succeed. So what could your role then be in this? I think it's always useful to have more than one people reading the book. I think it's good that we offer the possibility for them to have more support. I think if you would make use of what we are publishing, what our accredited stakeholder organizations are publishing, I think you would already get a lot of help in your work. And I know it has been said many times today, but I just want to say it once more, that please feel free to use it, because that's why we are doing it. And you can translate it, you can localize it, you can adapt it to your audiences. That's all very fine. We can, of course, also join forces in other ways, if you would find that relevant. Our staff goes around and participates in many seminars and conferences around Europe, to about 100 per year. We cannot participate in every conference where we are invited, but we are trying to select the ones where we can see that there is big added value for ECHA staff to be there, and good coverage for the audiences, and if there is anything else that you would like to put into the pot, if you would like to support our awareness raising, or if you want to work together with us in terms of providing best practice cases, or using our communication channels, giving input to them, or anything else that you find relevant, we are more than happy to hear. And that's where I would close the final presentation of the day. And if you still have some energy left for questions, we are, of course, more than happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to talk about information and guidance to Norwegian SMEs. I'm going to say a little bit about our help desk, the website, and our CLP and REACH newsletter. Then some words about seminars and workshops. After that, I will tell you about the new web-based guidance we have made. And after that, I will show you the new search engine for chemicals, which was released this week. But first, a few words about our new agency. It's an agency under the Ministry of the Environment, established 1st July this year. We are about 700 employees, mainly in Trondheim and Oslo. And the new agency is the result of a merger of the Norwegian Climate and Pollution Agency, CLIF, and the Norwegian Directorate for Nature Management. From 1st of July this year, the CLP and REACH help desks were joined, and we have now just one email address to the help desk. And we have dedicated REACH and CLP web pages, which is very important, as little or no guidance or other ECHA material is translated into Norwegian. We use a lot of resources on updating our web pages, and recognize that the need for information to SMEs is more and more important. And the smallest companies need information which is easier to understand and less detailed. And we established a national CLP and REACH newsletter in May last year. This is sent out regularly, and last time we checked, we had approximately 900 subscribers for our newsletter. In addition to contributions at seminars hosted by industry associations, we have hosted several workshops ourselves the last couple of years, targeted to Norwegian industry. We hosted a workshop on exposure scenarios in October this year, in cooperation with the Federation of Norwegian Industries, the Norwegian Labour Inspection Authority, and the Petroleum Safety Authority. And the workshop was relevant for companies or enterprises that use chemicals and need to understand and use exposure scenarios in their health, safety, and environmental work. And presentations from the industry were important contributions to the workshop. And this spring, we hosted a workshop on CLP and REACH for dummies. We did not officially call it that, but it was our working title, targeted towards SMEs and especially importers. I will come back to this workshop in the next slide. And in November 2011, we hosted a workshop on duties for downstream users in collaboration with the other agencies that enforce REACH in Norway, and also ECHA Helpdesk was present. In 2010, we hosted a workshop on CLP notifications to ECHA, where ECHA also gave a presentation. And several of the workshops have been arranged in close cooperation with the industry, and their contributions are always very useful. The workshop on CLP and REACH for dummies was targeted towards SMEs and especially importers of chemicals and articles to Norway. It is challenging to find the appropriate level on the information presented, as SMEs is not, as you are all aware of, a very homogeneous group. They need both more general and in-depth information. This seminar was hosted and prepared by us only, and we plan this to be a yearly event. Some of the feedback we have got is that industry find the case approach the best way to learn, but it is important, though, to have the right balance between the work put in by us and the gain by industry, or else seminars like this will be too resource demanding. The new web-based guidance was presented, and then we had introductions to CLP and REACH, a presentation on SDS and exposure scenarios, information on declaration to the product register, and then information on how the enforcement authorities work. There were 230 participants and lots of positive feedback after the workshop. 55% of the participants answered our quest back after the workshop, and 93% said the information was at the right level. And 91% would like us to arrange such a workshop regularly. This spring, we made a new web-based guidance on chemical regulations for importers of chemicals and articles to Norway. There are many regulations for chemicals, and so some of them quite complex, as you know. For small importers of chemicals or articles to Norway, it is not easy to get an overview of their duties, and the help desk used a lot of time answering these questions. Now we often give them a link to this guidance as a starting point, and we save a lot of time. Here is the front page. The guidance includes REACH, CLP, DPD, DSD, the Norwegian products regulations, which among other things includes EU regulations of detergents and electrical and electronic equipment, and also limitations. And we have also included the Toys Directive. The main part of this guidance is the two flow charts, which I will show you soon. There is one flow chart for chemicals and one for articles. Usually it is no problem to decide if you have a chemical or an article, but in some cases it is difficult. In these cases we have given some examples and also links to the guidance on the ECHA web page. We have also links to pictograms, the Norwegian translation of the H and P statements, and the C&L inventory. And on the left side we have a glossary, links to the relevant regulations, and links to other relevant web pages. Okay, when decided on chemical or article, you click the relevant flow chart. Here is the top of the flow chart for import of chemicals to Norway. Just a quick look to show you the principle. First, you are asked if you know the hazardous ingredients in your product. If no, you have to contact your supplier. If yes, you can go to the next green box. The green boxes are the main pathway, while the yellow boxes are information or things to do before you can continue through the green boxes. The language in the flowchart is as easy as possible, but there are lot of links to other web pages for more information. Here we are further down in the same flowchart. Here you are asked if the manufacturer has registered the substance to ECHA or has planned to do that according to the deadlines. If not, you have to do it yourself or find a new supplier. Then you are asked if your chemical shall be classified according to physical health or environmental hazards, and a link for more information. If not to be classified, be aware that there might be labeling requirements. Here we have links to more information on labeling of sensitizing substances in CLP, labeling of detergents, and labeling in the Toys Directive. And like this, you are guided through the relevant legislations. Now we have this only in Norwegian, but we will consider to also make an English version. This was a quick look on our new guidance. Now I will show you a new search engine for chemicals in relevant regulatory lists that we have developed and which was released this week at the yearly conference hosted by the Federation for Norwegian Industries. In the database, all the REACH lists are included, and also lists of chemicals in other EU legislation, national legislation, and global conventions. This tool will basically make it possible, just by one simple search, to find all regulatory information concerning a certain chemical substance on the Norwegian market. We believe this tool will be of great help for industry and also to other authorities and our colleagues internally within our directorate. Here is the front page. The legislation concerning chemicals include many regulations and lists with substances. All the substances that are included in the different chemical regulations, which the Norwegian Environment Agency is responsible for, are included in this database to make it easy to get an overview of how substances are regulated. Hopefully, this will give fewer questions to the help desk. You can search for CAS numbers, EC number, substance name or group of substances, or you can search for different lists. Here you see the CAS numbers, EC numbers, substance name or group of substances, and here the lists. When clicking on the list search, all the lists in the database will be seen. The biocide lists are included, the REACH lists, of course, the Toys Directive, the Water Framework Directive, the LERTAP Stockholm and Rotterdam Conventions, the Norwegian Products Regulations, and the Norwegian Priority List. When choosing one of the lists, all the substances included in that list will be shown. In addition, there will be a description of the list and any limitations concerning the search. Now I will show you a typical search. If I manage to get this work and go online. When searching for lead, I get lots. Do you hear me?
Now you're good, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. When searching for lead, I get lots of hits. It will search for both English and Norwegian names, and here you see the Norwegian names are shown on this first page. Bly is the Norwegian name for lead. If I now choose BIOCIDES, this page will be shown. Here you see names in Norwegian and English, synonyms, CAS number, EC number, and which list the substance is included in. The priority list, the Toys Directive, the Water Framework Directive, REACH candidate list, and REACH Annex 17. Here you see the substance is listed in the Norwegian priority list. When clicking here, okay. And clicking here, I shall get the priority list with all the substances and an explanation of what it is. While this is working, I can tell you that the Norwegian priority list includes about 30 named substances and groups of substances. There is a national and political target to eliminate or substantially reduce releases of these substances. And the first version of the priority list was published in 1997 in a white paper on an environmental policy for sustainable development. This takes time.
Sweden in between.
I try once more. Here it is. Yeah. Here you see the priority list and the explanation of what it is and all the substances listed there. And here you see the candidate list. In addition to the lists, there are given values for the Water Framework Directive, as you see here, and you will also get a direct link to the relevant regulations when clicking here on more information. And when clicking here on the candidate list, you get directly to the substance on the candidate list on ECHA's pages. And at the bottom of the search, the lists, you will also get a reminder that you have to check for classification and a link to CNL inventory here. Now I will make one more search just to show you. Search for lead once more and choose one other lead compound, lead chromate, which is blykromat in Norwegian. Here you see the same, the substance name, the English name, CAS number, EC number. What I wanted to show you is that when for REACH Annex 14, you can see the latest application date and the sunset date. And when clicking here on more information, you get a link directly to this substance on the Annex 14 table at ECHA's pages. Here. That was quickly the search engine. Now I will just quickly show you our REACH and CLP pages. You find them under chemical regulations on our web pages. Here is the REACH page. In the middle, we have a short introduction and links to more information, important deadlines and timeline for implementation of REACH and CLP. Underneath we have news, and on the right side there are links to services and tools, FAQs, helpdesk, glossary, the guidance for importers, and the newsletter and related links with a link to ECHA. On the left side is all the pages on different REACH issues: registration, downstream users, candidate list and authorization, restrictions, STSs and exposure scenarios, substances in articles, and so on. Here is the CLP page. This page also have a short introduction in the middle, and no, it disappeared. Okay. And link to the timeline for implementation of REACH and CLP. Underneath we have news, and on the right side there are links to services and tools. Many of the same links as on the REACH page, but also a link to a quiz about the pictograms, link to page with information on pictograms, link to HMP statements in Norwegian, link to CNL inventory, and link to a video about CLP. And on the left side, all the pages on different CLP issues. What's new in CLP, range of application, classification, labeling, and so on. In the end, just one slide on resources on the help desk in our agency. For CLP, we are 2 core members, and for REACH, there are 3 core members, including coordinator. 2 additional REACH experts, 1 legal advisor and 1 enforcement inspector are involved, and all the CLP and REACH helpers are involved in other CLP REACH work. None work full-time on this. And in addition, the 2 other CLP competent authorities in Norway, the Norwegian Labour Inspection Authority, and the Directorate for Civil Protection also answer some CLP questions from industry. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everybody. Hoping you're fine and not too tired this morning. Thanks a lot to Elke for giving us the opportunity for this joint meeting this morning. I know that you had already a very intense meeting yesterday and still today, I think. We too. So it's really a pleasure for being here and an extraordinary opportunity for us to join forces, I think, to be and try to be more efficient. And to achieve this goal, I would like to, first of all, introduce ourselves, the network, and provide you with some very short, but I hope practical examples of services that the Enterprise Europe Network partners are already delivering in many of the European countries. So I think this should be. So I work for the European Commission in an executive agency for competitiveness and innovation, in charge of managing four big programs on behalf of the Commission, on behalf of our what we call parent DGs, so DG Enterprise, but also DG Transport, which is in charge of the Marco Polo project. Then we have DG Environment for the Intelligent Energy program. Eco-innovation program is also managed in our agency. Here we have DG Environment again. And the most important projects also in terms of resources managed by the agencies, the Enterprise Europe Network. We are about 150 people, but we are supposed to grow very, very quickly in the coming month. Besides these very big programs, we also manage very operational tools for the Commission. The first one is called the Europe Business Portal, which is an internet platform providing basic information for businesses on how to do business in Europe throughout the whole journey of the business development, from establishment, providing products and services in the European Union, delivering services, products, hiring staff, and many more things. We are also in charge of the IPR Helpdesk, the European IPR Helpdesk, providing advisory services, training, and support services to European companies in all fields of intelligent and intellectual property rights, and the iPorter project, which is more of course, also linked to the intellectual property rights, but it's a network of the national intellectual property offices, so the registration offices, but they also have help desks, and there is also a help net of these intellectual property offices that we manage. So that's about the agency. The European Enterprise Network. First of all, a question: who among you, except our network partners, of course, here in the room, who among the help nets has already been collaborating personally with one of the Enterprise Europe networks? There's supposed to be at least 3 hands raising. Which country are you from? Italy? Italy? Nobody else? Which country are you from? Czech Republic? Someone else? No? Okay. Who knows already a little bit about this Enterprise Europe network? At least the name, right? Okay, so I hope to provide you a small overview. So the Enterprise Europe Network is part of the Competitive and Innovation Program of DG Enterprise. Today, the network covers nearly 60 countries, so many countries also beyond the European Union. You have here a map which we try to update regularly, but we have, for example, Canada, who was joining recently, United States, Chile. We are negotiating with Brazil, Egypt, Asian countries, and of course the core European countries, including Norway, Switzerland is collaborating, not an official member, but yeah, all the European countries are covered. And here you have the homepage also on the bottom of the slide to have a look on the public web page. So what is behind this Enterprise Europe network? It is a network of a big diversity of organizations, nearly 600 organizations. We have business support organizations like chambers of commerce or economic chambers. Public development agencies, most of them are regional development agencies, university, technology transfer centers in Germany, many banks and so on. They all have the characteristic of being locally placed, really, and having experience in providing daily services to the local companies. So they have really an important knowledge of the economic environment of their region. They are organized by consortia, so normally more than one partner covering at least one region in Europe, but in the smaller countries we only have one consortium in one country. This is important for you to understand that sometimes it's not so easy to get in touch with the right person delivering the REACH services. So maybe the best way to get in touch with the network is try to find through the public web page the organization working in your region, in your city, and find like this the person being in charge of for example, the REACH and the CLP legislation. We have today more than 4,500 persons working for the network, not all of them full-time, and they deliver very different types of services. The first range of services is really an important mission on raising awareness and providing information on European legislation. Then network partners provide also very regularly feedback to the Commission, feedback on existing legislation, but also impact assessments, so things that could be improved. And this information is used by the Commission officials to really improve and try to adapt the legislation to the needs or difficulties companies are facing. Yeah, our target group, of course, are companies, but in particular SMEs. Then an important service provided by the network partners are the partnering services, including commercial, technology and research projects. They identify business opportunities. They have powerful IT tools, databases, which help the network partners to match opportunities, offers and requests in all these three areas. And there are really a lot of potential also for replacement of substitution cases, for example, for the REACH. One very important service provided is the simulation of innovation, using, for example, innovation audits, technology audits. So this is also a very technical area and a very technical services provided by the network. And last but not least, a very successful service also provided by the network partners is the increasing of awareness of SMEs to participate in SMEs. For example, using kind of checkups, assessing the possibility and the capacities of SMEs really to integrate these research programs. FP7, of course, the most important, but also the other European research programs as Eurostar, Eureka, and why not also national research projects. So one of the, let's say, more experienced network partners, they felt it is very important that they have the opportunity to meet regularly in sectorial groups today we have 17 sectorial groups. One very new one, which is a horizontal group on women entrepreneurship. So it's not a sector, of course, but it's more a targeted horizontal approach. What do our network partners do in the sector group? So they meet at least physically twice a year. They try to organize matching of their partner, of their company profiles. They organize what we call brokerage events, so face-to-face meetings with their clients, either during international fairs or on the stake between the different partners. But they also have a look on ongoing changes in European policies affecting the different areas, just like, I don't know, maritime industries. The network partners participating today, some of them are in sector groups. Can you please raise your hand, network partners who are in sector groups? So we have 4 or 5 people here. If you want to learn a little bit more about what they are doing, what the work program is, please don't hesitate and get in touch with them. So to focus a little bit more on the environmental services provided by the network partners, we could divide it into 2 levels. First of all, what we call the basic services provided by the network partners to the clients, of course, is everything that is linked to information, awareness raising on European legislation, advisory services, organization of awareness raising events. Many partners organized a lot of REACH and CLP, and in the future, of course, also biocide-oriented events. They also elaborate tools, and I have one of the results here with me, what we call the checkup S&R, standing for checkup standards and regulation, a tool developed by the French network partners, and it will be at the disposal of the whole network very, very soon in English. What is behind this tool? It's a kind of tool that helps network partners, network staff to assess innovative products against the compulsory European legislation in relation with standards that are either compulsory or can be adopted on a voluntary basis. There is a very powerful and self-explaining mind map attached to this tool. You have Cleo Poupard from France here sitting in the front. So if you want to get some information, of course, this tool is free of charge. All the services, I didn't give you this explanation, all the services are provided free of charge to the clients, to the SMEs. And of course, this tool needs and requires staff that is highly experienced in assessing the legislation that has to be respected and the standards that apply to a tool. Many of our network partners are already collaborating with local stakeholders, maybe not all of them with you yet as HelpNet, but we hope this will change in the near future. Just some very brief examples about the partnering services linked to the environmental service, the sector group environment that I will explain very briefly, is providing matching of tools, organizing what we call the technology audits, really assessing for example, the needs of companies to change the technology that they use and try to find maybe a new one, or if they have developed a very innovative new methodology, they also help these companies to offer this new way to the whole network through the databases, but also through the events. The objective is really to obtain partnership agreements between European countries, and of course, partnership events and brokerage events are the most powerful tool to achieve this. One of the specialized services that I already mentioned before is the sector group environment. I don't know if we have someone from the sector group environment attending. Yeah. our Finnish colleague here. So it's a very big group with nearly 60 members, and they really try to provide in different environmental sectors integrated services, for example, also linked to the eco-innovation projects or the eco-innovation approach. They deliver also feedback to the Commission on what works well and what could be maybe improved. They provide feedback on European policies, and they organize among them, but also for the whole network, activities as matching of services, raise the cooperation with environmental clusters. That's something very important also, to try to get in touch with local and regional either authorities or also private advisors and consultants experience in the environmental field. The network cannot do everything in all different sectors, and they work a lot also on new methodologies. So if you want to learn more about the sector group, please get in touch with our colleague Meja. Another example of specific environmental services is linked to a very specific approach to the network. It is a restricted call for proposals for network partners interested in providing more specific services adapted to the needs of their local companies. That's what we call specific action environment. This was a project, actually we had 7 projects running for 24 months. They covered nearly 60 partners, 24 countries in Europe, and the objective of these different projects, cross-European projects, of course. The objective was really to help companies, in particular SMEs, to get the best out of the existing tools and methodologies. They organized a lot of awareness-raising events, workshops, individual meeting with experts, and really to increase awareness. I think I have 2 examples here. There are also web pages available if you want to have a look on the different project. The first was run in a very specific sector regarding the treatment of service and the metal processing sectors. Chemicals was one part of this project, and advisory services and audits linked to chemicals were part of the ENVISAT project. So this project was not exclusively dedicated neither to REACH, to CLP, or to biocides legislation, but the network partners had also to touch these aspects when working with the companies. Then we have another project, the EEN project, where several network partners throughout Europe delivered individual services to companies. I took out just one example from a Sweden company. Here also the idea was really to improve the knowledge of the company with individual advice, improving the working process that they used, and also the management of the chemical products that they had in place. So you have the name here of the 2 Swedish companies. Another example was run by one of our partners in the Czech Republic. They assisted a producer of swimming pools, very famous in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia. Sorry. Not in the Czech Republic. And they helped the company really to check and help them through the registration process by checking the substances, preparing the company for the registration process. And it was really a successful project. This is a slide just to remind you that there is another specific action going on at the moment. We had a big success with this first specific environment action, where we had 7 projects. Now we have 9 projects still running, with more than 60 organizations participating. And the difference maybe to the first range of projects is that here network partners are required to focus on very specific sectors where they consider more individual support is needed. And the other important aspect is to include more directly the private consultancies, the environmental service providers in the projects. So we have had a presentation yesterday from our Bulgarian colleagues. Could you raise your hand? So if you want to know a little bit more of what's going on. So it was also some workshops were included where the network partners considered it interesting to have a more collective approach information, and they were always linked with individual meetings where the companies could really meet the environmental specialists and really asking targeted individual questions according to their individual situation. We don't have the final results yet, of course, of this environment, of this campaign, let's say. But we see already that, of course, the requests of companies for getting information and maybe individual advice in REACH, CLP, and BIOCIDES is growing. It is important also that, for example, our Bulgarian colleagues collected many recommendations for the Commission to maybe improve further the way that further changes in legislation could take more into account the difficulties of SMEs, for example, just to take one of the recommendations. I also brought an example of what we call success stories. So this is also a specific service. It is more a tool for raising awareness in the different media that we use on Commission level, but also network partners use on their local and regional level. The success stories show really concrete and real-life examples where the network could help individual companies to either achieve a business agreement or find their way through European legislation. Here I have an example from a Greek company, where one of our Greek network partners helped them to go through the registration process, and within 3 weeks the registration process was finished. So this was very quick, and they explain, of course, the methodology and the way how they help these companies. These success stories are, of course, spread throughout the network to improve experience, skills and methodologies that are used by each and every network partners to really spread this experience around. Yes, then I have other examples in the REACH, in the field of REACH and CLP. We have the network partners in Luxembourg organized 2012, so it's already a few months ago only, information sessions with the Helpdesk in Luxembourg, and they organized also seminars on the CLP, including the registration and authorization of substances. I don't know, do we have the HelpNet from Luxembourg attending? No. Do you know about this event, something? No. Okay. You just subbed in, okay. Another example from France. I have this brochure here also. This brochure on REACH was elaborated by the French network, two French network partners in collaboration with the French and the Luxembourgish Helpdesk, getting together very practical answers to 30 questions that companies, but in particular SMEs, are supposed to ask in relation with the REACH legislation. I have here an English example, and maybe Clio is also at your disposal if you want to get more information on how they elaborated. It's really a brochure that is very often used by network partners themselves to have a quick summary of what they need to advise the companies on, but also, of course, this is a brochure distributed to the SMEs on a regular basis, and I think there's an update also going on, next year. Okay. I also got a screenshot of one very important collaboration example that our Finnish colleagues had with ECHA here. We collaborate with ECHA on a network level already for several years, and we are very, very happy to collaborate. And the fact being here with you today is one of the results of these collaborations. Our Finnish colleagues based nearby ECHA, of course, have an extraordinary opportunity to organize from time to time seminars for companies, and I think this was also very successful event, provided very concrete examples for companies to help them through the process of this legislation and see how all these pieces of legislation are interconnected. And we hope to continue, of course, this good collaboration with ECHA and our Finnish colleagues. I would like to maybe conclude with some expectations that we have from the Commission side within or for the network. Maybe you see that there is already an expertise existing in the network on how to communicate and how to get in touch with companies throughout Europe. I didn't provide you with important figures, but yesterday we had an example from webinars organized in France on REACH, gathering together more than 6,000 participants. So I think this is really just one example of a very successful way of how to communicate with SMEs. And you have also very skilled experts on these different pieces of legislation in the network. Many network partners get more and more a general overview, but they know very well their local companies. We try also to convince our network partners to exchange among themselves their experience. We have what we call communities of practice, where compared to the sector groups that I explained to you before, in this community of practice, we don't have a sectorial approach, but a more horizontal approach. We have, for example, here network staff working in European legislation, and they have tools to discuss on a daily basis and exchange their questions, responses, tips and tricks among themselves. So we have 13 of these communities, and maybe the one for EU legislation is the most appropriate for this approach. It could be also interesting for the network partners to get more visible and more visible towards the HelpNet partners and to be identified as, let's say, reference point or entry points to really foster our internal and external collaboration. Of course, they continue raising awareness of their clients, and we try really to get in touch with and continue improving the knowledge and awareness of all our network partners that REACH is an important, REACH, CLP and BIOCIDES, of course, are important pieces of legislation. Also, the colleagues not at all familiar with the legislative approach need to be aware that their clients have to be in conformity with these pieces of legislation, because otherwise any business deal not taking into account this conformity cannot come into practice. So we really try to raise awareness, and this event is one of the ways we try to do it. And there might be, of course, other suggestions that will come out at the end of our meeting with the network partners that we continue still today to improve this the performance in this area of the network partners. We all know, and I think we all agree, that SMEs, European SMEs, are not sufficiently aware, not sufficiently prepared, do not sufficiently implement yet these environmental legislations. I think further collaborations between the Enterprise Europe network and the HelpNet on a national level are really, really important. Joint events that you already organize, but there might be new opportunities to renew these collaborations and maybe find new ways of communicating more efficiently to the companies, with companies can be explored. Joint information activities like brochures or online services that you already provide, but that many network partners also have on their individual and consortium web pages. Could be some points of reflection, and of course also joint trainings, of course for our, let's say, target group, which are companies and SMEs, but this goes hand in hand with a better training, a better understanding of the network partner staff involved in these topics also. I think some of these ways to explore are really needed to achieve joint success, because you want that our European companies are successful. We have the same target. We are here to help our companies to improve and maintain the competitiveness. And I think it's really important that we try to reflect, that we go a little bit further in the collaboration. I invite you to maybe exchange your business cards with your neighbor that you don't know yet, who might be either an HelpNet or Enterprise Europe network partner of your country, and maybe to continue also the discussions during the coffee break a little bit later. I think this was my last slide. Yes. Okay.
So, good morning, everybody. So, I'm the new I'm working in this risk management implementation unit in ECHA. So, this is the unit dealing with the restriction and application for authorization processes in ECHA. So I will give you some flavor about how REACH and CLP can promote substitution, and also what you can do as EEN members towards promoting substitution to your stakeholders. So first of all, how ECHA contributes to the promotion of substitution. So it should be clarified that ECHA does not carry out direct substitution work or give advice on that. This is different, for example, with some agencies in the US, where they are actually doing more concrete work on that. So ECHA's task is to make REACH and CLP work to ensure a safe use of chemicals and to promote substitution. And this happens via different means. You have seen, I think, most of the other processes of REACH earlier today or yesterday. So some examples are the dissemination of information on registered and notified substances. This is an important tool so that the general public and companies are aware of what's on the market. We support implementation of effective risk management measures and advice in the supply chain. We also support authorities in identifying problematic substances that need regulatory actions. So, for example, we are helping the member states to in the drafting of proposal for restrictions or for harmonized classification, for example. We also promote an active participation of the third parties in the public consultation on applications for authorization. So maybe you have seen that yesterday we launched a new public consultation on application for authorization, and on phthalates. And this is important that the message goes along all possible companies so that they can have a chance to, or the third parties, that they have a chance to comment on alternatives on these phthalates, for example. But who is actually substituting? These are the companies, these are the industry who is substituting. So it's a company decision to substitute or not. And legislation like REACH is one of the factors affecting this decision, but it's only one of those. There are several other factors which can affect the decision of the company, like the societal pressure or simply the availability or technical functionality of alternatives. Of course, the economic considerations are in the place as well. So many different factors affect substitution. So REACH and CLP really promote substitution by their design. So I will either directly or rather indirectly, there is an incentive for companies to substitute. For example, a more direct effect is the restriction and the authorization. I'll give a few words about that. And more indirectly, there are other processes like the classification, labeling, or the registration, the duty to communicate along the supply chain or to customers some information about substances of very high concern, for example. And under REACH, there is an increased role of downstream users and to provide information about the use of their substances and the classification of these substances. And it should be kept in mind that this way to substitution is also a good way to stimulate innovation and competitiveness in the European Union. And that's one of the goals of REACH. So substitution is not a bad thing for the economy. We think it's rather a good thing. So if I go quickly around these CLP and REACH processes, I will give you a couple of examples how we think this promotes substitution. For example, classification and labeling, this is really one of the first steps which fosters substitution and triggers a lot of other obligations or need for further information. For example, there are more than 20 EU regulations and directives which refer to CLP and which foster specific measures due just because a substance is harmonized classified under CLP. And typically, the more information is generated on a substance, the more restrictive the classification becomes. That's something that... So registration, there is an obligation for the registrants to collect data and assess the risks, and they have also to communicate these risks along the supply chain. So this can be an effect on the portfolio that these registrants propose. So, for example, if they identify during the registration process that there is a substance which is a bit more harmful than they were thinking at the first place, it's an incentive to find alternatives to that one. A quite strong incentive also is this obligation to communicate along the supply chain. And this goes via different means. We have the safety data sheets, also which helps downstream users to make better choices based on, for example, the classification which is proposed or the description of the uses which are allowed for a substance. There is also this need for article producers to communicate about the content of the substances of very high concern in articles. You, as a consumer, have the right to ask article suppliers if the articles contain substances of very high concern, and they are obliged to give you an answer about that. So this is a good example. More direct incentive for substitution is the restriction process. So this processes in place to tackle the use which pose unacceptable risks. So it can take form of a ban, for example, of using a substance for a certain use. And in this case, the substitution is a must. You have no other choice. You have to substitute if a use is banned. Also, this process semi-automatically restricts the use of CMRs, so carcinogen, mutagen, and reprotoxic substances in mixture or substance as such to consumers. And under REACH, the time for implementing a restriction is much shorter than in the previous legislation. And there is a duty of ECHA, which is after the sunset date of a substance which is under the authorization list. We have as ECHA to assess the need for restricting a use in articles. So we have to assess if there is a risk of these posed by these substances in articles, and if there is, we have to propose a restriction. Another quite direct tool is authorization. So you know that the risk of authorization is the aim is to control the risk of substances of very high concern, and to promote the substitution by alternatives when these are available and technically and economically feasible. And also to keeping in mind that we ensure the good functioning of the internal market, and that we shouldn't bring disruption in this market. One of the well-known part of this authorization process is the candidate list of very high concern. This is a strong signal to the whole world that these substances have been identified as very harmful. So it's a good incentive to substitute, because there are also legal obligations regarding to that. And it's a signal that the substance can go forward in the regulatory process and go until the authorization list. And if this substance goes further to this authorization list, then you can only continue to use this substance if the company makes an application for this continued use to ECHA. And they have to submit a dossier, an application, and this application should contain an analysis of alternatives. So they have to make a deep assessment of all possible alternatives to the substance that they want to pursue using. And this analysis of alternatives is put under scrutiny by the general public, by everyone, because we launch a public consultation of those. So the applicants are really put under pressure there to make a good job in finding possible alternatives to their substance. And if they are granted this authorization to continue this HVAC, the use of this HVAC, it's in any way subject to a time-limited period. And after a while, they have to resubmit if they want to continue again, to resubmit an authorization. And so it's and they have to continuously look for possible substitute to that. So this is a very direct tool as well. So all of this was the theory, but now is substitution actually happening? Yes, for sure. But for us, it's difficult to quantify. Because when substitution is happening, we don't necessarily know it, of course. Just a couple of examples. For the tonnages under registration, people have to notify their tonnages, but it's quite new requirement, so we don't know exactly what was the situation 10 years or 20 years ago. So another example is that at the pre-registration stage, companies were saying, okay, we will probably register this substance at a very high tonnage, for example, but actually they registered at a lower tonnage. Is it due because they substitute part of the uses of those, or is it because they made a bad guess of what they will do? So this we cannot know, of course, if nobody tells us. Also, some uses which have been registered might be not used anymore in practice, but the registration dossier might not be updated. So On the registration part, for example, it's quite difficult for us to say if this, what is the level of impact. But we nevertheless have some indicators. So as I said, restriction in the form of a ban of a use, then there is a mandatory substitution, for example, of course. Application for authorization. The first substances which were with the first deadlines on the authorization list, we haven't received any application for 4 of them. Noxaline, MDA, and 2 phthalates. We haven't received any application for that. So most likely they are not used anymore. We also have industry feedback that they will not apply for an authorization because they found an alternative. Or industry is applying for an authorization, but they clearly say that it's only for a short period of time. It's because they identify alternatives, but they have sometimes they need some time to implement it in practice. And of course, press articles or conferences give every day some examples that substitution is happening. And we will see an example just after my presentation here. So these are only a couple of indicators. But for your knowledge, we just launched a request to perform by a consultant a study on how REACH and CLP are promoting substitution. So they're trying to find some evidence about that. But what can you do about that substitution? So the role that we see for you is really as a message multiplier. So to inform your client companies about, these are only examples, but a substance being having, for example, a new harmonized classification. As I said, this has a number of implications. Or a substance being placed on the candidate list or on the authorization list. These are very important information that companies should know about very early in the process, because it's already quite late to when a substance is placed on the authorization list to realize only at that time, because then they have to very quickly find a solution to that. So it's really important that, and especially small companies, are aware that the regulatory framework is evolving and that they are that one of their substance is concerned by that. Or a substance which is now subject to restriction, or that there is a public consultation on alternatives on a certain substance. You are well placed also to inform your stakeholders about the existing tools or consultant or labs supporting and identifying alternatives. Because as I said, ECHA is not doing that, but there are a number of tools or people who are helping in that. So that's important that companies know who to contact in this case. So, and for sure, you know well your clients, and you might be in a position to try to connect them because you have an overview of what they do, and you can connect them. And I think that would be a good way to support them in finding a solution to a substance that they would like to replace. So, as a conclusion, REACH and CLP promote substitution by their very design. ECHA is implementing this regulatory framework, but it is industry who is actually making the substitution. And you, as other multiplier actors, are really key in informing your clients about these rules, and you can really play a role in this networking between them. So just work together, and we are happy to work with you as well on that topic. Thank you.
Before we move on to show you the video, I just want to introduce you what we are going to show you. As we were looking for case studies and examples that can be presented in each particular session, in fact, we discovered through the EEN project that was mentioned earlier in the morning from Elke Rivière, that they have assisted in the promotion of the development of new alternative technologies in the leather industry in the leather sector, particularly through Spanish involvement. And this is because in Spain and Italy there are many leather tanneries that are in fact very strongly affected by the need to innovate in order to offer safer substances, safer products to consumers. So the partners of this project offered to us the opportunity to show 2 technologies that they have developed with funding from the Eco Innovation Program. And this particular case is interesting in terms of the direct link to implementing the legislation, because it offers a substitute to one of the substances that is moving to the process of restriction. Denise explained to you what the restriction means. So they have found an alternative which for the business of this particular company has been a good opportunity. And the other factor that has contributed to this, I spoke to the company, is not only the REACH regulation. You saw that there are many factors that are affecting substitution. They, of course, considered the fact that they are companies based in a national park, so they have to protect the environment and they have to discharge less hazardous substances into the water. So with this, they also contribute to the implementation of the Water Framework Directive. But let's see the video and then see if you would have some questions.
Our objective within the European Eco-Innovation Programme is the tanning process based on titanium. It can gradually replace the chromium process, currently used around the world.
This tannery in Silla, in Spain, made its leather production greener and safer with a new technology developed as part of an EU-funded research project.
There are many advantages of the titanium-based process. It is more sustainable, as there are larger natural reserves of titanium. It is also healthier, since titanium is hypoallergenic.
In the traditional tanning process, a carcinogenic compound known as hexavalent chromium can form during leather production or storage. Using titanium instead eliminates that risk and also makes leather production less polluting.
The wastewater produced in this process of leather manufacturing has better parameters in comparison with traditional tanning. More importantly, this process avoids any residue chromium from the final product, which is even better for the environment.
The mechanical properties of titanium tanned leather aren't inferior to the traditional one, with the added health benefit, which could appeal to consumers.
There are people who are sensitive to chromium tanned leather, which can cause various kinds of allergies. These people can use footwear made of leather tanned with titanium, avoiding, among other factors, the potential allergy problem.
Several well-known manufacturers are already selling footwear made of titanium leather. The market demand exceeds all expectations.
At this moment, this technology represents 25% of our production, and the markets are very interested in it, such as the watchmaking industry, the very important automotive sector, and especially the aviation sector, that has a lot of interest.